koutou, ka mi nui ki koutou, kia ora. Welcome to this meeting of the Dunedin City Council for annual plan deliberations on this, the 27th of May. There is no opening prayer for this meeting of all the meetings that might require one. And there are no apologies. I've had multiple requests. Apparently my chairing style has become notorious for its lack of punctuation. I've had multiple requests around breaks during the day. So, for clarity, I would anticipate that we would break for morning tea as close to 10:30 as possible, and break for lunch for 1 hour at 12:30, or as close as possible to that, and sometime in the afternoon, depending on progress. If that's not sufficient, people are free to come and go as they please. I would ask if people could use that door for entrances and exits. This is makes it incredibly difficult to focus. Sorry, questions, Councillor?
Oh, just the ladies is right.
If you go out there and
you can go around,
you can go around.
It's a challenge with the orientation of the room, sorry. There are no apologies. A confirmation of the agenda. I'll move that Council confirm the agenda with the following addition or alteration in regard to standing order. It's not 2.1, is it? That one. Option C be adopted in relation to moving and seconding and speaking to amendments. Seconded.
No, I've got a question.
Seconded, Councillor Elder.
I have a question.
Yeah, questions?
It's on page 34, just the RMTU commuter rail presentation. It says that they asked to give consideration for trial between Mosgiel and Port Chalmers. I want to clarify that it's Mosgiel and Dunedin.
Is that in the minutes?
Yeah, page 30.
Yeah, we'll get it. We can get to it with confirmation of the minutes.
Well, sorry, agenda.
We can do the agenda. No, that's fine.
Jumping
It's going to be a long day.
We've got plenty of time. Sorry, do I have a second? Second to Councillor Gary. Any discussion? I'll put it. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That's agreed. Item 3, declarations of interest. Members are reminded of the need to stand aside from decision making when a conflict arises between their elected representative role and any private or other external interests they might have. I would like to note that at the council meeting held on the 25th of May 2020, Councillor Raddick provided an update to his register of interest with respect to his business interests in George Street. This has been updated in the register, however, the agenda for this meeting was prepared in advance of that. And I understand you have a statement you wish to make, Councillor, at this point.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Hawkins. This is a statement I wish to make in relation to any decisions councillors are to make in relation to the Central City upgrade, Tertiary Precinct upgrade or the Harbourside Bridge. I've applied for and been granted permission by the Office of the Auditor General to participate in debate and to vote on the Central City upgrade issue, given my business interests on George Street. As a member of the Saddle Hill Community Board, I assisted with its submission, raising these issues for councillors to consider. Because these matters were raised by the Saddle Hill Community Board in the submission, I'll sit back from any decisions on that submission. There are a number of other submitters who have also raised these topics. I do remain open to hearing the views of submitters and other councillors before I make my mind up and vote on any of these issues, particularly now in the light of COVID-19. I would further add that because the Saddle Hill Community Board used my input in their submission, as a consequence of that, all of the councillors who are sitting with community boards were then precluded, or were seen to be precluded from taking part in their submissions, which doesn't seem quite right.
It's obviously only
There we are. Thank you.
only a little bit pregnant.
Ms. Graham?
It's not quite
Yeah.
the case, unfortunately.
It's just written that in the minutes, that's all.
Yes, please.
So part of that was the agreed statement that Councillor Raddick had agreed to make about sitting back from the Saddle Hill Community Board submission. But various of the councillors on the community boards took different approaches when they were working on their submissions, and the advice from Anderson Lloyd is that Councillor Raddick needs to sit back because of his direct involvement in writing the particular submission points that came to council. The other councillors all, for example, sat back of the community boards, or weren't so directly involved as to have an interest that requires them to sit back.
Thank you.
Can I ask a clarifying question of Ms. Grant?
Councillor O'Malley.
We were instructed to sit back as opposed to asked to sit back.
Well,
Were we not?
it would have been a suggestion that you sit back, because ultimately sitting back is a decision that you make yourself, but you can't be judge and jury.
Okay, well, when the minutes come up, I'm just going to ask for a slight clarification of what we did in that meeting. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll move, we don't need to approve that. The statement has been read, it is what it is. I'll move that council notes the elected members' interest register is attached, confirms the proposed management plan and notes the executive leadership team's interest register attached as attachment B. Seconded, Councillor Gary, thank you. Any discussion? I'll put it, all those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That's agreed. Confirmation of minutes. I'll move that the council confirm the minutes of the ordinary council annual plan meeting held on the 5th of May 2020 as a correct record. Seconded, Councillor Gary. Discussion. Councillor O'Malley, would you like to make an amendment?
I'd like to make an amendment. The first one I touched on earlier, but I'll reiterate it. Basically, on the top of page 34 is the RMTU submission, and it just states that they were asked the council to consideration of a trial between Mosgiel and Port Chalmers Rail. And I just want to clarify that was actually Mosgiel and Dunedin.
Sorry.
And I would ask, I would like that I'll just wait till the music comes.
Yeah, that might be helpful, thank you.
There's a 5-story drop outside that door.
When comedy descends into farce. Sorry, Councillor.
Largely because it hasn't happened in previous years, so and I know that it's complicated by interpretations of other things, but I'd like the statements on page 27 and 28 that relates to the councillors withdrawing from the item to say that the councillors were asked to withdraw from the item and did so. So it's the community board presentations. It starts Wednesday, 6th of May, first item, bottom of page 27 and goes into page 28. As an accurate description of what happened, because anybody reading this 10 years later would not really know the order of events, because I've never been asked before, and so it was unusual.
It's perhaps been... Members were advised that they should and did.
They'd be happy to put that in.
That's fine. I'm happy to accept that as an amendment to the motion, as is the seconder. Thank you. Councillor Lord?
Yeah, look, I just wanted to clarify the bit on page 34. Sorry, did you say, Jim, that was not accurate? Because I thought that they wanted to run trains between Port Chalmers and the city and Mosgiel and the city, so ultimately that's not incorrect.
No, I went back and had a look at the testimony this morning to make sure I was accurate. The original, not testimony, submission, the original submission in Mr. Kenz's opening remarks was Dunedin to Mosgiel, and then later on he said people may think about Port Chalmers and Dunedin, but that we are not asking for that. He explicitly said they were not asking for Port Chalmers to be included in the trials.
That is correct. Thank you for the clarification. Anything further that people want to raise about the minutes? Any discussion? Discussion of the minutes is effectively this meeting, so I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That's agreed. Item 6, for some reason, is the overarching recommendation. So understanding orders generally, if a decision is made, we don't have the capacity to revoke that decision without new information coming to light that would have otherwise influenced the decision. But for the purposes of the annual plan meeting and similarly for the long-term plan deliberation meetings, we move this as an overarching recommendation that basically says that any decision that we make here at this meeting is subject to, or can be, reviewed and changed. It gives you the capacity to make decisions on various budgets on the way through, and then get to the end, and in summary, if the total quantum is too high or too low, we can go back and revise decisions that we've made. So I just thought that might be worth making clear for those of you for whom this is a new setting. So I'll move that council notes that any resolution made in this section of the meeting pursuant to Standing Order 23.5 may be subject to further discussion and decision by the meeting. Seconded, Councillor Gary. Any questions? Councillor Raddick, you have a puzzled brow?
I'm puzzled, but I'm just listening.
Okay.
I don't have a question.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
Those against? That's agreed. Item 7, late submissions. You've got nothing to add?
If I may, there is one additional late submission that has been included in the database. Is that going? Additional to the one in here, it was found in a cubby hole in paper form. It had been received in time, but during lockdown, no one had been clearing the cubby holes. So.
Happens to us all. Thank you. So with that addition, I'll move that council accepts the late submission as summarised in this report. Seconded, Councillor Gary. Any discussion? I'll put all those in favour.
Aye.
Those against? That's agreed. Item 8, operating budgets and COVID-19 support options 2020/21. We've got Mr. Logie and Ms. Graham camped out at that desk for the duration of the meeting, and will, that's my understanding, breaks at 10:30 and 12:30, Kevin. Do you have anything you want to say by way of introduction to this report, or, sorry, the Chief Executive?
Okay, councillors, so what we did is obviously on the 4th of May, councillors met and approved a number of resolutions which we have now responded to in this report, particularly around obviously the rate increase and obviously options for supporting the community. So in terms of the overall budget, what we've done is we've reviewed expenditure and made some suggested changes in that area. We've also reviewed the operating revenue, obviously as a result of COVID-19 revenue across the sector, in fact across the country, is being impacted by change in the way we do things. So what we've done is we've reviewed by group the anticipated reductions in revenue, offset a little bit by some of them will obviously have a direct cost that will also be reduced. So that gives us a number which is in note 14 of around $6.488 million. It's anticipated that that number could be about right, but the mix between the departments may change depending on how things progress over the next few months. Obviously, we've looked at things that have a visitor component. Obviously, recognise that visitor numbers in Dunedin will be lower over the foreseeable future, so therefore we've tried to adjust the income accordingly. We've done some work on the waste management area. The last example we have of this is during the GFC a few years ago, where we saw a decrease in revenue through the landfill as a result of change in behaviour. So we've adjusted that. There's some stuff in property that we've worked through. Obviously the museums and libraries are impacted by the visitor numbers. We've also reviewed parking and obviously anticipated a change in behaviour around the parking. Parking is also impacted in the financial report that we presented the other day. We indicated that the parking revenue for the current year is probably higher than reality is coming through, so we've adjusted that accordingly as well. So that's the 6.488 million in terms of operating revenue. Operating expenditure, we've found some savings in the order of $4.8 million. 1.8 of that relates to personnel costs, so we've just anticipated a change in personnel costs for next year. We've looked at things like the general salary increase, how we manage vacancies. We've looked at the fact that training is likely to be less. Over the lockdown, it's fair to say that a number of us were able to do webinars, so obviously the way that we participate in training will change over the foreseeable future. So therefore we've adjusted those costs down. If we go across to page 44, we've adjusted depreciation and interest. That's a reflection of the lower capital expenditure in the current year. So in the report for April, I reported a $29 million underspend in the current year. So this is the flow-on effect of that in terms of those two expense items. And then there's other operational costs where we've gone through, I won't say line by line, but we've gone through it at a degree of detail and recognised that there are some savings there. In particular, things like travel. So likelihood of council staff and members travelling in the foreseeable future is likely to be less, so therefore we've adjusted that cost down. We've discussed a number of other things within the report, and then we've obviously provided some options in terms of rate increases. We've had to select 4 options, but of course there is multiple options available. So it's a matter of just maybe we take some questions on the options that we've provided.
Yeah, that's fine. One from me to start with. The two options, I think the option 1 and 2 in the paper, which is one a 4.1% rates increase and one 3.5%, is the only difference between those two the amount of money that is borrowed in the next financial year. In terms of what it is that we're buying, in terms of service delivery, are those two the same from an expenditure point of view? It's just the revenue structure that's different.
So the difference between those two, if you go over to page 46 and 47, the primary difference is that in response to the request for consideration of how we can provide some support for ratepayers facing financial hardship, we've suggested, and it's just a suggestion, that we allocate $1 million for what we refer to as a recovery fund. The difference between option 1 and option 2 is that in option 1, the recovery fund is funded from rates coming in. Under option 2, we would fund that $1 million from debt.
That's fine, thank you. Questions, councillors? Councillor Reddick.
Yes, I know there's no option for a 0 rates increase and a 0 extra borrowing. So in other words, you've identified what you've identified, but what would it mean if we were to aim at that target of 0 rates increase and 0 extra borrowing? Has there been any work done on that as an option?
We considered it, but that would mean radical changes to both levels of service and to the structure of the organisation. And so given that this is an annual plan, not a long-term plan, we didn't progress it further.
So I would suggest that in the worldwide context and in the nationwide context, that there's an awful lot of businesses that are doing exactly that.
Is that a question, councillor?
Yes.
Plenty of room for debate during the day.
Sure. So I just need to... That's okay.
Thank you.
So that's, it would seem a slightly preemptive choice. Do you think?
Councillor Aldo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Gavin, for that report. I'm just a question about borrowing rates at the moment and your commentary on interest rates as they are in the context of, say, 5 years ago, and in fact how much we're going to have to pay back like 5 years ago as compared to now with the interest rates being so low?
Yeah, so for the benefit of elected members, we historically had a number of levels of borrowing that were done at a fixed rate, and that fixed rate was done during probably the stadium build. That fixed rate was sitting up around 7.5% to 7.8%. We are currently borrowing at a floating rate of 3.5%. That's likely to be revised down slightly for the forthcoming year. In terms of the borrowing that's currently fixed, we have $30 million that is currently at those higher rates. I think $10 million comes off next year, and then the balance of the $20 million comes off the following year. So effectively, our cost of borrowing is certainly becoming a lot less than what it was historically.
So in terms of how much money that might represent, a rough ballpark figure as to the savings we make on low interest rates, the kinds of savings.
So if you take $1 million at 3.5%, it's $35,000 a year. Whereas historically we would have been paying at the higher rate, that would have been 70 or 80.
But that's accounted for in the budget already.
Yep.
So we have
That's in
made
the
those
budget.
adjustments. We
Yeah.
have made those savings, and that's what gets us to the to the savings that we've made. That's part of the savings we've given you.
It's just establishing the cost of borrowings, I suppose, and looking at it, that's all. Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Your Worship. I notice on page 45, the COVID-19 Recovery Fund, which is a placeholder of $1 million. I see we've already got rates relief and postponements. Do you have any more detail on what the COVID-19 Recovery Fund might look like?
Well, that's entirely in the hands of the meeting.
Oh, okay. So it's just a number that's sitting there at the moment.
It's an arbitrary figure that was effectively used to respond to one of the resolutions of council saying we wanted to look at how else we might support people in our community, and it's a placeholder figure that staff have put in to give us that option without having to rewrite budgets on the way through.
Okay, thank you.
And it will come back to you for the structure of that. We won't just go ahead and spend it.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Barker, Councillor O'Malley.
Just touching back on Councillor Radich's question, I assume that basically if we were to do zero rates increase and no borrowing, we'd have to cut 13 million out of the...
Correct. That's just for the revenue. Yeah, no borrowings also means that we would have to review our capital program, because obviously we need to borrow to deliver our capital program.
Yeah, so that's additional 13
That's
million
additional
would have
as well,
to come
yes.
out. Yes, thank you.
Councillor Staines.
Thank you, Your Worship. Gavin, do we have a number for the local government index?
We'll look it up for you and come back to you.
It's just
Yep.
often people say you shouldn't be taking more than the CPI, but given that local government index is what we work to, it'd be useful to have that information.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Your Worship. If we had took, say, option 2 with 3.5, took a lower hit, what does that mean for future rates? After this year, will that mean that we'll have to have because of the debt we're taking on, that further down the track, we'll have to have increases? Is that the case?
Correct. So if you take a lower rate increase in any given year, then
Yes.
the likelihood is that then you'll to recover that back to an operating. So what will happen is all these options, we will have a deficit budget. So our operating expenditure will be greater than our operating revenue, purely on the basis that we're anticipating to lose about $6.5 million. But yes, certainly, if you have a 3% rate increase in 1 year, and it should have been 5, then obviously that flows through to subsequent years.
And if I just might add, because we're coming into an LTP, it is the opportunity to review everything, and so we will get a chance to review the financial strategy and all the underlying documents as part of the LTP, which gives you a chance to reset if that's what you want.
Thank you.
Just picking up on that, Ms Graham, the requisite resolutions that would need to be passed at this meeting to allow for that aren't included in the paper. It might be helpful to have them in case we get to that point.
So those resolutions will be passed as part of the adoption of the budget?
Oh, at the end of June?
Yes.
Yes, perfect, that's fine. Councillor, sorry, you finished?
Yes.
Yeah, great. Councillor Van der Vis.
On page 43, it talks about personnel costs at the bottom with a savings of 1.8 million. Last year we had a 7.4% increase in personnel costs, and the year before that an 8% increase. What percentage decrease is this? Is it actually a decrease? If we look at total staff costs, I'm wanting to compare last year and the year before to this year.
So there'll still be an increase in staff costs. This is an adjustment to the original budget that was approved by council for consultation in January. So this is 1.8 coming off that figure we originally had.
Right, so what percentage?
Someone's working it out.
Okay, thank you. And while they're doing that, on the next page we've got page 44, 21A, remission of rates for extreme financial hardship, residential properties only.
That's what the policy allows. It doesn't allow for commercial at the moment.
Given that we are going to, by the look of most of these options, break with our policies anyway, including our policy for having a balanced budget and or including our policy to not go beyond our debt limits, why then are we sticking with this particular policy, given that all the other policies have gone out the window?
Well, no decisions have been made, clearly, Councillor. The report outlines options that Council could take in response to submissions made on the draft annual plan. So to suggest that all policies have gone out the window seems an exaggeration of the report before us.
Well, given that the Local Government Act and the debt limit and the balanced budget policies are all basically suggested as being breached at one or other stage in this thing, I think, I don't think it's an exaggeration at all. I find it incredible, in fact. But is there any reason why we have to limit extreme financial hardship to residential properties only, other than the policy?
No, the policy is what sets that limit, and policies are for council to consider.
Okay, thank you. In terms of, if we go to page 45, our funding, item number 30, it says here that council can resolve it is financially prudent to have an unbalanced budget. A remarkable phrase in itself. But this unbalanced budget, due to the one-off nature of the funding anticipated shortfall caused by mothballing and by the COVID-19. If we find that COVID-19 isn't a temporary situation and that COVID-19 has ongoing and permanent effects, are we still able to have unbalanced budgets going forward rather than a one-off temporary?
So that would be a discussion that we could have as part of the long-term plan to start to anticipate what the effects are. I suspect given if we had another 10 months of knowledge, then I think we will be able to make better decisions around what this looks like going forward.
My question was, are we legally allowed to have an unbalanced budget ongoing?
The Act allows council to pass those resolutions at each annual plan and or the long-term plan if it is unbalanced. How much you'd be able to have, how many years you'd get away with that audit, I don't know.
So it's actually legally possible then for us to have an unbalanced budget against the Local Government Act, not just this year, but we could do it next year if we wanted to pass it next year and the year after, in theory at least.
Yes, we could theoretically do that. We would end up with a qualified audit. So we've been in quite some discussion about this with the Audit Office. We would end up with a qualified audit. This is an option that a number of, well, most councils I would imagine, but certainly a number of councils are considering. Because we have done this budget without changing levels of service, our options are relatively limited. But for the annual plan, when we've got more than 6 weeks of understanding of this crisis under our belts, if you like, we will be able to come back with options, including changing levels of service so that you can have a balanced budget again in the long-term plan. We've not historically had an unbalanced budget. It's not been the way we operate.
Given that we are now talking about an unbalanced budget, have staff looked at the implications of an unbalanced budget on our Standard & Poor's rating and interest rates, given that interest rates are going to be a major factor going forward financially with a group debt now budgeted near $1 billion?
With our interest rates at near historic lows, actually we're taking a saving from interest rates for the coming year, so we are predicting a saving. But actually our interest rates for the debt that the council carries are fixed in term over long periods of time, and the implication of that and the council's policies that it has put in place in the last 5 years is that changes in interest rates are somewhat smoothed out. So if we were to have an interest rate shock, it would hit us considerably slower than it would hit the average mortgage holder, for example. But we are able to make quite good predictions in the intermediate term of the impact of savings. And as I say, I think this was because you were a little late before you got here. And we have actually taken, there are savings included in this report that include interest rate savings.
I was very aware of the interest rate situation and the savings and the current market situation, but that was not my question. My question was, if we were to go for a unbalanced budget and end up with a qualified audit, would that affect our future interest rates and our Standard & Poor's rating? That is to say, would Standard & Poor's look at a council with an unbalanced budget and a qualified audit and say, actually, this doesn't look like such a sound financial system, we're going to have to charge them?
Can I get some clarity around your question, Councillor? Are you talking about, because in the beginning you were talking about ongoing unbalanced budgets, and now it
Yes.
sounds like you're talking about the next financial year. So
I'm talking about the effect of an unbalanced budget resulting in a qualified audit, resulting in Standard & Poor's looking at us as an organisation and giving us a worse rating as a result, and of course the higher interest rates that would come from that. Have staff looked at the implications of a worse Standard & Poor's rating and the inevitable higher interest rates that we would pay compared to anybody else, irrespective of what the low interest rates are?
So just to be clear, 1 year of an unbalanced budget would not necessarily result in a qualified audit, and we are in discussions with the Audit Office because these are extraordinary times. If you were to choose to continue to do so, that's a discussion we'd have through the annual plan consultation. It's very difficult for us to second guess what Standard & Poor's will do. As you're aware, we have an excellent credit rating with Standard & Poor's. And they have historically been, for quite some years now, very pleased with the way we're conducting our financial affairs. This would be one of many things that they would take into consideration as they look at the way that we have dealt with the current revenue shortfall, the current levels of service, and these would be discussions that we will have when we do our Standard & Poor's rating. But as you're aware, we have one of the top, well, we're in the group of the top-rated councils in the country.
Thank you for answering the Standard & Poor's question. On page 48, we have under disadvantages for option 3, option 3 being a no overall rate increase, a zero rates increase. Under disadvantages, it says there that it is not financially prudent to borrow for ongoing operating expenditure. I entirely agree with that, and it certainly is a disadvantage, and it's a very good reason why we shouldn't borrow. But it does not have that same disadvantage for the borrowing on option 2 or the borrowing on option 1. Given that they all involve borrowing against operational expenditure, why is it that only option 3, the option which I have already tried to get put in front of this council since March of this year, why is it only option 3 where it says there is a disadvantage of it being not financially prudent to borrow for ongoing operational expenditure?
So maybe just to clarify for councillors, so option 1 and 2 have borrowings related to the revenue shortfall. It's anticipated that that revenue shortfall is for the 2020-21 year only, and we would anticipate that our revenue would have a degree of recovery in subsequent years. The additional costs of 5.4 million under option 3 is the increase in costs for the next year, which under option 3 we are saying we would borrow to fund that, that is ongoing increased costs, which is not prudent to do that. But in terms of the one-off revenue, what we're suggesting is it wouldn't be unfinancially prudent not to say that actually it's a one-off, we should fund that through debt, rather than impose that loss in revenue on the current rate base.
Is it not the case that it is against our policy and also not financially prudent to borrow for ongoing operating expenditure?
that's what the report says, yes. Yeah.
Right, but is that not also the case for options 1 and 2?
Because the revenue shortfall we anticipate is a one-off, and there'll be a recovery. The Dunedin Railway mothballing cost is a one-off cost already approved by council, I believe. And the recovery fund we would anticipate to be a one-off fund to be used by councillors for whatever they choose to do in the 2021 year, but would not necessarily flow through to subsequent years. But that doesn't mean that that can't be revisited as part of the 10-year plan.
So is the implication then that it's prudent to borrow the smaller amounts but not the zero rate
Councillor,
amount?
Mr Logie has twice explained the difference between the two options. And it's unfortunate that it hasn't been made clear enough to you, but the difference between them is borrowing for 1 year's loss of revenue, which is anticipated to rebound, or at least we'll have better information to inform the long-term plan, versus borrowing ongoing for operating expenditure.
If you look at option 3, it doesn't actually say it's ongoing. The only difference is the amount. I've asked the question twice now. I don't believe I've had it properly answered, but I'll move on.
Good, thank you.
In fact, if you could give someone else a chance to ask some questions, I need to
Compose yourself, that's
re-look
fine.
at
Councillor
some of this
Walker.
information.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you. A couple of clarification questions, and so in option 1, when we talk about the $1 million recovery fund, as opposed to option 2, can I just clarify the only difference is option 2 is it's funded by debt, is that right?
Yeah, which then allows us to have the lower rate increase from 4.1 down to 3.5.
Great. And just another clarification, because I wasn't clear, I was confused a little bit by Councillor Raddich's question from earlier when he said none of the options we have included a zero rates increase, but surely that's option 3, is it not?
No, the question
Did I
was,
misunderstand it?
there's no option that says zero rates increase and zero borrowing to make up the shortfall.
Okay, so going back to my original question, in terms of option 2, where we have the overall rate increase of 3.5%, taking the arbitrary million that we've come up with, and I'll keep the arithmetic simple, say that was to become 1 million, if it was to become 500,000, what would that differential be?
So effectively $1.6 million is 1% on the rates.
Right.
So for every 1.6.
It's about a third, yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's it for now.
Councillor Elder.
I was just going to ask a question related to Lee's question, is would other councils be in a similar position right now with COVID-19 and having to borrow for costs?
Well, I suspect a number of councils will have lost revenue over the foreseeable future, so therefore they will be making decisions around how they fund that. Obviously, if you don't fund it from rates or revenue, then it has to come from another source, which is obviously what we've suggested. It's got to be borrowing.
So yes, there's been quite a bit of discussion with chief executives and finance people from around the country and the Society for Local Government Managers and LGNZ about the various ways that councils are going to approach the budgets at the moment. Most councils are looking to reduce the size of their rate rise, although some feel they cannot, and the options for dealing with the revenue shortfall is something that's received a lot of attention, and these kind of options are the discussions that have been had.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Just sort of continuing along with that questioning, the 6.488 million that makes up the other side of the ledger in options 1 and 2 comes from point 14, which is the expected short-term revenue loss for 1 year, which you're expecting that won't necessarily be around next year. We will have regained that revenue back.
One would anticipate so.
And therefore that is...
Or we'll have better
we'll have some better data on that, but on the assumptions going in at this point is that this is a temporary 1 year event on income, and that the rationale behind approaching it in this way, in terms of the unbalanced component of our unbalanced budget, is that this is only going to be something, if the economy recovers, this will reverse itself and won't remain unbalanced next year.
Correct, all things being equal.
And that's why option 1 and option 2 are drawn the way they are, and that's how they differ from option 3. Is that correct?
Yes.
And generally making large-scale service-level changes for something that's going to last a week in themselves end up being quite expensive, because you have redundancies and you have a whole lot of costs of making service-level changes, and you lose good people, and then it becomes a 2 or 3 year project to build those back up again. And we've been in a building phase, for example, to get our repairs and maintenance up to the levels that they should be, and those repairs and maintenance spend are now at historic highs, which is very good for the city, and starting to make cuts in some of those areas would set us back a number of years, and so this proposal's enabled us not to do that.
Yeah.
Without more than 6 weeks of data to go on.
Right, thank you. But really, just to clarify, the difference between option 3 and options 1 and 2 is that we're not deliberately going into a series of unbalanced budgets into the future.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Correct.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. When I look at the different options we have in place in front of us, and I also consider what I believe we need to be looking at going forward, is there anything in these budgets and what we're looking at here in rate increases that would hamstring us in the sense of being able to ability to accelerate or complete all our capital projects and create employment in the city?
I don't think so. I mean, we're going to discuss capital later on, and if you, without preempting that discussion, I mean, certainly the level of capital spend anticipated for next year is reasonably high. It's around the $125 million. So the answer probably is no.
Yeah.
That is exactly
Yeah,
what we've
exactly.
sought to
Yep.
protect.
No,
Actually, you're exactly right.
Perfect, okay. And I guess really we understood we're going to have challenges with COVID. We understand we're going to have challenges with ratepayers and essentially the economy. But to me, when I look at this, the real surprise or challenge that we hadn't really calculated, say back in late March, is Dunedin Railways, which has affected some of the dynamic here that we're looking at. Am I correct in assuming that? Okay. Thank you.
We were told about it.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Worship. I had a question around staff costs and the reduction of those, and this is probably one for the Chief Executive. With that reduction that's worked into these options, will that affect our ability to deliver some of those projects?
So at this point, we haven't reduced. It would have been improper for us to cut specific roles in anticipation of you taking projects out of the budget, because that would have been preempting the decisions you have to make today. So we've factored in savings that we think, we have done this before, so we have had years where we have been very tight and we've managed through very tight recruitment and through very tight use of consultants and so on. So we've factored in savings that we can do and that will not impact on our level of service and our ability to rebound. A lot of those large projects, the staffing costs are contained within the projects themselves, rightly so, because that's the way local government funds those large projects. So no, it doesn't constrain that work that we're trying to keep going.
Because that would be an irony if we were trying to deliver these projects and we didn't have
Yes,
special
no, we've
staff.
protected
So
that,
thank you for
yes.
that reassurance. And my second question is, and forgive me, I was distracted when one of my colleagues was asking a question. If the revenue was less, Mr. Logie, the revenue loss was less than we expect. In other words, if the recovery is quicker, and we've all taken quite a pessimistic view, and rightly so, but if it was more optimistically a quicker recovery, would we then borrow less?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Worship. Can I just clarify, sir, it might have already been answered, but just in my mind to clear that. The 4.1 in option 1, is that our 6.5 rate increase, but with, cuts, the cutting back? So is that giving us everything except just pulling, tightening the belt on some of those staff costs? So it's doing everything in that 6.5, is that correct, bar those cutbacks? Okay. Yes. And we had, I think in the 6.5 increase, it had that we were going to hire some new staff. I think 1.5 new staff, or there was certainly some mention of that. Are we still going to hire new staff, or we're not going to do that now? Is that correct?
So we've put in a $1.8 million staff savings in the round.
Yes.
Some of those new staff actually more than pay for themselves. So if I take those out of the budget, our rates rise would go up, because some of them we make, instead of paying an expensive contractor, we've hired a staff member and it's cheaper, for example. Some of them are cost recovery, so we anticipate making enough money to cover or substantially cover the salary. So we've suggested we take a 1.8 million in the round for staff and costs out, and we will work out, depending on the other decisions that you make this week, we will work out how to place those around in the organisation. It's an amount that we can do without affecting the levels of service that we provide directly to the community.
Okay. My concern with that, if we were taking on new staff, I mean, I think it's brilliant we're not cutting any of our current staff. I applaud the CEO for that, because I think that's excellent, and I don't want us to see us cut jobs. However, I do think if we're looking at taking on any new staff, we do have to be careful with that when we've got a city where we've got a lot of job losses.
We have days set aside for debate.
Right, yes, so the question, what was the question then? Well, yes, all right.
Which was my question.
I'm not sure what the question was.
It's been brought to my attention that I should probably remind people that your microphones are live at all times. Always using discretion over there, but you can't be guaranteed. So, for your whispering and coughing and things, if people could do that away from the microphones, that would probably be helpful. Councillor Elder.
Just another question. In the light of COVID-19, the government is actually putting out opportunities for us to apply for funding, and some of it quite considerable amounts. We also need staffing to apply for those funds. They don't, those projects actually require a lot of input, as we've seen through the PGF, etc.
Don't make me repeat myself,
Okay,
Councillor.
okay. So in this current level of staffing, have we got the staffing to be able to apply for those special projects, etc.?
Yes, we do. But make no mistake, it will be austere and it will be tight, but there is enough, we have left sufficient staffing for those shovel-ready projects and the like, which could bring in tens of millions of dollars of work to the city. Yes.
Yes, it's quite exciting, that opportunity.
Yeah.
Further questions? Councillor Houlihan.
Well, following on from Councillor Elder's question, if we cut back from the 4.1, would that mean we might not be able, say if we get the money from the government for these shovel-ready projects, which here's crossing our fingers we do, does that mean that we might not be able to do some of those if we cut back on this money here? Just to clarify that, so we know what we're voting for.
So the budgets we've put to you enable us to do the shovel-ready projects, and that obviously, you need people to do those shovel-ready projects. They're contained in the bid for the government money for the shovel-ready projects.
Right. But any cuts from that option 1 might mean we could have difficulty. Would that be fair to say?
Well, it's fair to say we've given you a budget that enables us to do the shovel-ready projects.
With all
Yes,
of the
that's
options.
right. How they are set out in the budget.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Logie, can I ask a mundane question about a process question, I guess. When you talk about if the anticipated revenue shortfall is less, we would borrow less. How does that work in practice in terms of borrowing as you go?
So effectively, we borrow all the time to fund our cash flow on an ongoing basis. But effectively what would happen is, and we could potentially look at ring fencing this level of borrowing, so that if councillors wanted to do something in terms of repaying that at a point in time or something, we could actually ring fence it. And so I think what we'll do is we'll measure the level of reduced revenue. Obviously, if we come in under budget and the budget's been reduced, then we recognise that we ain't going to have to borrow more money. But borrowing is we just have I won't say a bucket of money, but effectively it is a bucket of money, but we could certainly ring fence this if councillors thought that would be useful in terms of managing it.
Would that require a resolution of council to do that?
So the resolution, potentially? It might. Yeah.
Would it need to, more importantly, does it need to be done at this meeting, or can it be done on the 30th of June?
Later. We would want to consider how that would look.
That's fine, thank you. Councillor Lord?
Yeah, probably my question's for the Chief, but I note the amount of savings that we've looked at in this new updated from the previous what was consulted on. And my question goes back to Jules' or Councillor Raddick's question about did we consider a zero borrowing and zero rates increase? And what I'm just wondering is, to what level did you, how tightly down did you drill into your savings? Like, for example, with the library, we know they spend $1 million odd a year on books. Did you think, right, this year it's 750,000, save $250,000, we were going to do this, but we're not going to do that? How gnarly, for want of a better word, how deep have you drilled? And
So if we refer you to page 48, that would, we have the total additional borrowing under that option, the 0% option is $14 million. If we elected not to borrow that, then we would have to find $14 million of savings across the organisation in terms of operating savings. This is not capital.
And so we had some of those discussions with departments, so all departments have looked at their budgets and made cuts. But, for example, using the library as an example, were we to cut something like the book budget, it potentially triggers a change in level of service and an amendment. And so we have tried not to change levels of service.
Yeah, I guess I wasn't specifically, that was an example using the library, but I also would say in my business, like often you would make a decision that you might make a one-off decision for 1 year or 2 years that is exactly like the same effect as, say, not spending as much on books, or, you know, make a decision to turn off something.
Yeah, so we have cut the book budget in the past. It's a difficult thing to do with our community. I mean, it gets noticed by the community. And the librarians tend to manage their budgets, for example, to their bottom line. So the $4.5 million has been applied right across the council, and individual managers will be working out how to carefully apportion that between, I mean, some of it's specific around staffing, but others they'll be working out how to carefully apportion that amongst various elements of their budget. The book budget is in fact primarily borrowed and then repaid in a shorter term than a capital, than a big capital item. But so it's been consistently applied across all departments would be a fair comment. What we haven't done is made some departments the Department of Budget cuts. We've said all departments will contribute to this, and this is a process we've done reasonably thoroughly we did it maybe 5 or 6 years ago for about 4 years in a row pretty consistently, and our staff understand how to do that work. So each of them has ratcheted down where they think they can make the cuts and find the savings without affecting levels of service.
And at the same time, because we're going into an annual plan, a long-term plan, we are reviewing levels of service as part of that, because it actually takes a long time to review them in the round and look at what the impacts will be across all departments. So we have a work stream as part of the LTP digging into levels of service across various of the council activities, and so that's where we will do that work, but we simply couldn't do it fairly and equitably in a way that was considered in the time that we had for this.
Yeah, I do need to point out this has been a difficult 6-week exercise with most of us operating from our homes, and so we have by necessity had to be reasonably generic, and the work starts now to make sure that they actually flow through and we keep the heat on right through the course of the year in order to realise the savings. So this has been a very, very different process to most years.
The other question I just had was, and I was sorry I had to leave early the other night and couldn't be here for the finance papers and the big debate on George Street, but my question is, has I think obviously the last 6 weeks or the last 7 or 8 weeks, when you've had, for example, the loss of revenue from the shopping mall and loss of revenue from parking and lots of other things, and it's not really anticipated that will happen again in this current budget that we're allowing, but what would the effect be if we did go back to a level 4? What is the negative implications of, say, the last 6 weeks if we had to have another month of that in the next calendar year?
So the parking loss is about $150,000 a week, and we are not overtly saying, oh, look, we're including another month of level 4 in our budgets, but we will have to adjust as we go. So we would have to come back to you for that discussion. If we had a community transmission in the south, we'd have to come back to you and we'd make decisions at that point. It wouldn't be prudent for us to be guessing about how that's going to unfold. So all of this is based on what happened and our best estimate going forward. There are some assumptions in there that we're all having to make, and we're kind of, again, making those with discussions around the country to try and ensure that we're all taking a reasonably consistent approach, but it's difficult to predict.
Okay, thank you.
Similarly, the assumptions don't include other natural disasters or significant events that might happen in 12 months. Just deal with those as when they
And it's fair to say this year's budget didn't anticipate what it subsequently did. Councillor Hall.
Have we looked at vehicle replacement schedules that we could move it out for a year and step everything out for a year so we have no vehicle or parking bikes or anything like that replaced in the next 12 months?
We certainly haven't looked at that in the last 6 weeks. It is something we look at reasonably frequently. The replacement schedules based on some pretty, there's some pretty sound government stuff coming out of government that gives us a guide on how to do that, where you start to spend money on repairs and maintenance versus sale and replace. So that is under reasonably constant review. It certainly hasn't been reviewed in the last 6 weeks while we haven't been here, but it will be part of, because that team has requirement to make savings just like all the others.
Yeah, because the repairs and maintenance, we've got a pretty modern fleet, so repairs and maintenance per vehicle shouldn't be too high. So by stepping it out for a 12-month period, no replacement, there should be a reasonable saving there in replacements.
Councillor Van der Vis.
Thank you. It's the budget for natural disasters has been mentioned. I don't see any budget for natural disasters here. We used to have one, which is why we originally put the overall debt limit up to $850 million. I questioned it then, and that was for natural disasters. That got gobbled up by the foreseeable unnatural disaster of Aurora. What natural disaster budgeting or headroom do we now currently have?
So I think that natural disaster headroom is something that we consider, council considers when they set the debt limit for the group in terms of the uncalled capital. So I think that was a discussion that you would have had a couple of months ago when that was approved to increase that. So that's where the headroom is for that. That's a borrowing headroom, not an expenditure budget.
So how much is that borrowing headroom now?
Do you know that?
975 is the ability to borrow up to, and the current bank's
Forecast was about 920. So, but the headroom's in the borrowing. It's not something that we build into our budgets. We will have little pockets of budgets for emergency works, but primarily the budget has to be premised on the basis of a business as usual type operation. If we started rating for that sort of activity, I mean, yeah.
Given that Aurora are already planning to spend right up to that borrowing limit, that effectively means we don't have any natural disaster headroom there.
At the point at which we raised that debt limit with you, we said we would be coming back to do so again sometime this year. So it was made clear
so
then.
this year we're just going to kick it up again?
So as Aurora rolls out its asset program, we've said we would need to come back to you. We made that clear at the time.
Extraordinary. My next question relates to the ring fencing of debt suggested by Mr. Logie. He says that the council could ring fence debt and look at repaying debt at some time. Looks like a long time into the future, and that we're always borrowing. Why is the assumption that in order for Councillor Lord's suggestion of having a zero rates increase and zero borrowing,
Councillor,
that was
Councillor. I don't understand. My understanding wasn't that was Councillor Lord's suggestion. He asked a question about what the implications of that would look like. So I'd ask you to withdraw that.
All right, I'll withdraw the word suggestion and say Councillor Lord's question about what it would look like. To me, what it would look like is actually a suggestion. But if you want to split that here, let's split it.
There's plenty of time over the next few days for your editorialising, Councillor. I'd ask you to focus on questions at this point.
The question was, Your Worship, relating to Councillor Lord's
question earlier, yes.
Question earlier, in which he did something other than suggest a zero borrowing and zero rates increase. This is the state that I believe we should be looking at, and I'm glad that Councillor Lord actually brought the
Is there a
possibility
question
up.
coming, sir?
Yes, there is, Your Worship,
Good.
and it would have come a lot quicker had you not started splitting my hairs.
Oh.
The question is, why is it that all of the agenda options in front of us, all four of them, all of them involve borrowing and borrowing substantial amounts. Why is it that the Mayor can, 2 months in advance of this meeting, and subsequently in the media, suggest that he is comfortable with borrowing? And why is it that all of the options put in front of us now
Is there a question
involve
coming for
more
staff,
borrowing?
sir? Because it's sounding a lot like a speech.
How it sounds to you, Your Worship, is your business. My question is, why is it all of these options in front of us involve more borrowing when our borrowing is already at unbelievably astronomical highs and with virtually no headroom for natural disasters? Why is it that all of the options put in front of us
You've asked your question,
are more
Councillor.
borrowing ones?
The options put in front of the council, we believe, respond to the resolution that council passed at its meeting on the 4th of May.
So my next question is that the resolution that we put forward on the 4th of May basically then straitjackets us into a number of options, all of which involve more borrowing. Is that what you're saying?
It's not a question. Do you have any questions, Councillor?
If you wish to characterise my questions as non-questions, Your Worship, that's your business. I can't do anything about it. It's your meeting.
That's fine. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. Much simpler question around the fencing that was alluded to earlier. Can you just, Mr. Logie, give me just a quick rundown of the advantages or otherwise of ring fencing the borrowing?
So what it would do is provide, if council were of the mind to suggest that this is a one-off costs that if we were to increase the rates above 6.5% would be borne by the current ratepayers, one of the options you could consider is that we would like to see that repaid within a 10-year period. That would allude to a degree of financial prudence, that there is an attempt to actually repay that money as opposed to just leave it building up in debt forever. So that's just an option for you to consider. This is all about financial prudence. One of the requirements of Section 80 is that it uses that word quite a lot, and so that would be a demonstration of financial prudence that you have said, yes, we recognise this is a one-off loss, and we believe that we would like to see it recovered through whatever mechanism we thought appropriate.
Yep, thank you. That clarifies it. Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
I have a question regarding when we were back in January, we were talking through the draft annual plan to go out to the budget, and we had about 30 new staff that were coming into that budget with the extra $4.3 million. I just wondered if it's still intended to recruit those 30 new staff?
So basically we've factored a $1.8 million saving into the budget for staff generically. So some of those staff pay for themselves. Some of those staff, like building consent staff, a number of them, our building consents team has more than doubled in the last few years. So some of them are paid for by revenue, and we recruit when we get the business, and if we don't get the business, we don't recruit. So some of that remains to be seen how that work unfolds. Others were paid for by taking consultants out of the budget and putting staff in. So we've put a $1.8 million staff saving in the budget, and then depending on the decisions you make today, we'll look at where the best, so we've got the ability to hire where we need to. We've certainly got the ability to still hire where that will result in a saving. The only staffing positions, I think 1.5 have been specifically removed because the Mayor said this is not the time to have a mayoral office, if you like. But outside of that, the savings are generic, and we will apply them where we can, depending on the other decisions you make over these next 3 days.
Yeah, thank you, because I was reading through it and it said in a growth environment, which we no longer in.
Well, we might be in parts. I mean, we've still got the hospital rebuild, for example. It is likely that some parts of the Dunedin economy will continue to be strong, and so giving us the flexibility to not hamper that, and in particular the shovel-ready projects and our we've made extraordinary progress in the last 3 years to up our spend in infrastructure repairs and maintenance so that we make good the backlog of the years of the past. These are things that Council has asked for a number of years, and we are doing that at record levels, and we're certainly very reluctant to jeopardise that, for example.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Your Worship, I'm going to touch just on the difference between operational and capital expenditure, because the questions are basically, is it true that basically the savings you're looking at here are almost all operational, right, and there's not much in the way of capital or any capital being taken out?
So this whole report is premised on operating expenditures. Probably the only one that may have a capital nature would be the amount of money we pay to Dunedin Railways, and just in terms of the mechanism that we would use to pass that through.
Okay. The reason I'm asking, obviously, is that during the consultation period, we heard a lot of discussion about capital projects. So can you clarify for me, for those people, the impact on one financial year of an operational save versus a capital save? Am I correct in saying that an operational expenditure or a save is realised in that year alone in absolute terms, whereas a capital expenditure is proportional to the interest rate you're paying on the outstanding loan and the rate at which you pay it back? So therefore, a $20 million removal of a capital item will not give you a $20 million savings in that financial year. It would only give you the savings of the interest and the rate at which you pay it back.
So a $20 million deferred project would not result in a $20 million saving in rates income. It's not directly proportional.
So when you are looking for your biggest impact on the savings in a single financial year, it is really towards operational that you look.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Mr. Logie, as we go through this, we understand the numbers to a point around the table. We look at percentages. But when we, and again, I was engaging with someone yesterday who actually watches this quite religiously, these proceedings. And they go, you talk about percentages, but what does this mean to me and my property? And I don't want to, just off the top of, well, if you had those details, that'd be great. But can you just send us around and circulate or present, in some way share the information later of what these changes would make to someone's property in dollar value? And say, okay, at 4.1%, when we're talking that, how much is that going to add? And I was just looking at my own rates in the property increase from last year to this year, and the increase on that basis. So if we took one example and said,
Tomorrow?
yep, that'd be fine. I
Yep.
just think
It'd be nice to
there's a couple
bring
of
you
things-
2 or 3, yeah?
Yeah, there's a couple of things that are going to drive that. There's going to be the overall rate increase, and then obviously what councillors decide to do with the community services charge.
no, and what I just want to clarify, it's just purely on the residential.
Yeah, we can give you those. We can give you a couple of average residential rates and an impact of 3.5 versus 4.1, etc. We can do that very easily.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you.
just on that issue,
Sorry, you've exhausted your question.
well,
Yeah, that's fine.
thank you. If that information is to be provided for us, I think it would be really helpful if we for the range and the mix rather than just focused on the average, because as we know, there's a huge variety of permutations in what actually happens.
Yeah, as was provided in the meeting in January, so an updated version of that effectively. It's an achievable proposition.
Yep.
Good, thank you. Councillor Reddick.
Thank you. Can you also provide, please, is it feasible for option 5 and option 6? Option 5 might be based on option 2 with a 3.5% rate increase and a $3 million extra borrowing by taking an extra $5.4 million out of operating costs.
No, because that's not modelling a rate, Councillor Reddick. That would require us to overnight predict losses of levels of service, and there's some pretty tight rules around changing levels of service and the kind of consultation that you have to do with your community. That's been the difficulty in pulling this budget together and trying to give you a budget that enables you to not change levels of service. And so suggestions, that's not just a matter of modelling out a rate, that's a matter of coming back to you with, here's the services you would have to cut. And that's an altogether different proposition. That's a 10-year plan project.
Right, so that's something that couldn't be achieved with this annual plan?
No.
Councillor Lord.
You mean yes? Yeah, this is just a question probably for the Chief. I know in recent years we've put, when times have been good and everyone has been busy, for example, like the Kokra Valley a few years ago, I remember the team that were looking for infrastructure chose not to take tenders because they all just seemed to be very high. is there any likelihood or possibility that due to the increased unemployment and people not wanting to retain staff, that in the coming years we may see, and I note what you've just said about the city's not necessarily not going to be going off with things like the rebuild of the hospital and that, but is there a possibility in the coming years that the price of tenders might drop in certain areas? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, look, that is a possibility. On the other hand, the shovel-ready projects bids we've put to government, the hospital rebuild, could just as easily mean that actually things will be very tight and competitive in Dunedin. So it's a little hard to predict. There's things in the budget and there's major works lined out in the budget. If we were able to get more of those for bang for our buck and could, our inclination would not be just to throw more into the list. You know, if tenders did go down, not to just throw more into the list and keep doing without coming back to you. We have done that in the past and said, listen, we're capable of catching up on the deferred maintenance and water more quickly, and so we added I think we added $14 million extra into the budget last year so that we could do more water repairs and maintenance because we have got that backlog which we're trying to put right. We would come back to you to discuss that if it looked like there was some flexibility, but our assumptions, it could go either way.
Thank you. Yeah, I wasn't actually suggesting that you would be coming back to us and asking to do more. I was just wondering if there was potentially a silver lining that we might benefit from.
Yeah, possibly, but again, and if that gave us some flexibility, we would come back to you. It's the right thing to do.
Thank you.
Councillor Hall.
With our debt repayment on the stadium, what do we repay there per annum? Is there a set sum we repay on paying down the debt?
That's not contained in our budget, that's contained in DCHL's budget, and they say that they will be doing that in the round within their own budgeting, so it doesn't affect ours for the coming year.
Yeah, because what I was thinking, maybe some of these repayments, even though they're direct to the council, we could go to interest only for 12 months and do a major saving.
They're the kind of decisions DCHL make, yep. So they do that. They do all of that in the round within their own budgets. And they've indicated to us they are managing that within their own budgets and don't need to seek assistance from us.
Passed on to us?
They don't need to seek assistance from us. That doesn't mean they have money to give us for that, because that isn't what they do. We don't get a dividend from the companies.
No further questions of the report. I promise to break as close to 10:30 as possible. My hunch is that the debate on any resolution will take longer than 10 minutes. We'll call it early, I think. I'll move that we adjourn the meeting for 15 minutes. Seconded, Councillor Gary. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? That's agreed. We'll be back at 10:35. Thank you. appreciate there isn't a clock in the room. But these days, most of us carry one around with us.
Oh, I've got supplies. Supplies, Jim. No, I've had mine today.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I thought I should probably check in case any further questions fomented over the adjournment of staff for the report. No. Well, in that case, we'll move to debate, and I will move a version of option 1, which has been sent through to staff and will appear instead of our friendly diver shortly. Approving option 1, the 4.1% option, committing $500,000 to a COVID-19 support fund, and asking staff to bring a report back to the 30th of June meeting looking at options for allocating that towards meeting social wellbeing strategy objectives, rather than having that debate at this meeting around how that money might be spent. Do I have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Gary. Thank you. In speaking to this, firstly, I want to thank staff for what has been a vast amount of work in a very short period of time to give effect to the resolution of Council asking for revised budgets to bring before this meeting. I don't think we can underestimate how difficult that is, particularly in the remote work environment. So thank you for doing that. The agenda that we are considering at the meeting today is deceptively small in size, given the scope of work and activity that is outlined within it, both in terms of our operating budgets and our capital budgets. And I thought it might be helpful to start with the basics, really, around what it is that we are approving at this meeting today, and what it is that we are delivering for our community and would continue to be able to deliver should we pass this motion. This is people being able to turn on their tap and drink the water that comes from it. It's about people being able to flush their toilets, use roads and footpaths and cycleways, use parks and reserves and venues. It's rubbish and recycling collection. It's supporting community groups, events, businesses, festivals. It's investing in our natural environment and adapting to our changing climate to present but a short list of what is contained within this budget that requires resourcing. And there's always more that we can do in almost all of those areas, and people turn up year after year and tell us where they think we could improve and where they would like us to do more of certain things. But I do think for a city of this size and a population of this size, it is remarkable that we are able to deliver so much for our community galleries, museums, all of those sorts of things. We have, and by way of national context, we have one of, if not the lowest rates of any metropolitan centre in the country, and one of the lowest rates of any council in the country. Personally, my rates bill is something short of $50 a week, which is less than I spend on power and internet. And for that, I get all of the things above mentioned and more for it. I certainly could survive a power cut easier than I could the removal of the services that are resourced through rates. And I acknowledge that that is a very metropolitan-centric view, and it's different for the rural sector, but I also acknowledge that in the coming financial year, rates will decrease for farmland, for the farmland category. I also acknowledge that any change is significant for some people, and I get that, but I just wanted to put some context around what it is that we are resourcing and how that stacks up around the country. We also have obligations to deliver on what we call the 4 well-beings for our community: social well-being, cultural well-being, environmental and economic well-being. And we have an obligation to support not just those residents who are currently in the city, but future generations that come after them. In the long-term plan for the coming financial year, the anticipated rates increase was 4.1%. The draft that we approved back in January for the draft annual plan was 6.5%, largely driven by unanticipated shortfall in revenue through the waste activity. Staff have managed in short order, as I mentioned, to bring it back to a 4.1% level without significant impact on service delivery and without major restructuring of council and what it delivers. And I think that is a commendable effort. For as long as I've been here, certainly we've talked about finding efficiencies, and we've asked staff to go away and find efficiencies. And I think, for the best part of 10 years, we've been doing that, but you can only tighten your belt so long and so far before you start to cut off your circulation. And you can save your pantomime act for your turn to speak, Councillor van der Vis, if you wouldn't mind, because you can fundamentally disagree.
If you want to be laughable, Your Worship,
Councillor,
I'm going to laugh.
Councillor, I'll ask you to withdraw and apologise for your interjection. Thank you.
If you will apologise for your lambasting me, Your Worship, for having a laugh.
Point of order, Councillor Gary.
Point of order.
The councillor's been disrespectful.
I withdraw and apologise for my disrespect.
Thank you. That's all I asked.
I've asked for yours.
Sorry?
Never mind.
You're welcome to leave the meeting at any point you wish, if it's getting too much for you, Councillor.
Don't tempt me, Your Worship.
Oh, don't hold back.
And we can individuals can fundamentally disagree about what they think council should do and the services that we offer and the services that we deliver. But those are decisions that this council and previous councils have made and have asked staff to do. Previously, I've said and have considered that we should borrow money rather than increasing rates in the coming financial year. This is essentially a compromise, I suppose, in that it is a lower rates increase than is proposed in the draft annual plan and does borrow money to cover the anticipated revenue shortfall. And that, to me, is a balance between the short-term impacts and the longer-term impacts in terms of keeping our work going and being in as strong a position as we can when we come out the other side of this to support both the council and the city's recovery through the post-COVID-19 environment. And the difference between between the 3.5% option and the 4.1% option doesn't make a significant difference in terms of people's fortnightly or quarterly rates accounts, but it is the 4.1 option I think is more prudent in that the other is effectively a deferred maintenance option that will make what will already be a challenging long-term plan process slightly more difficult, and I think we should steer clear of that. The Part B around the COVID-19 support fund I think is really about, and C I suppose, is around my thinking about how we can best support our community and where the greatest need is in our community in the short term. And I think the greatest short-term need is around social well-being, or at least the objectives that we have around social well-being in our strategic framework. Because, as has been made clear, and not just in this meeting, but in previous meetings, a number of people are struggling, and I think there is certainly capacity for us to support people in what are difficult times. I would have found it difficult to try and make a judgment call as to how best to invest that money. So I think asking for staff to bring back a report around what options would be to support our social wellbeing strategy objectives. And that could be around supporting community groups, it could be around increasing the allocation to the grants subcommittee, it could be around supporting local sports clubs and arts organisations. I don't know where the best short-term return on that investment would be, and so I'm looking forward to seeing that should this pass and have that report come back to the meeting on on the 30th of June. The other point really I wanted to make is about the degree of support being offered by the government, because this fundamentally, like every budget, is a debate that we have about what the work is that we want to achieve and what in the longer term and what the capacity of our community to pay for that is in the short term, given that around half of our revenue comes from rates. And I am mindful as ever about those on lower incomes and fixed incomes, but I think the support that has been offered by government in response to COVID-19 is opposite in that. So we have, we've had a doubling of the winter energy payment. We've seen benefits increase, particularly for those directly affected by COVID-19. And we have a government in response to the current economic downturn who is directly involving themselves in job creation and in opportunities for people to retrain and find other forms of employment. And I think that is relevant when we wrestle with how we see the capacity of our community in the short term to support this work. I've always been clear on the way through that while this has been welcome, the work that staff have done to get us down to a 4.1% increase with a return to the somewhat of a return to the austerity of recent years. This isn't a time for us to slash and burn budgets, to massively reconfigure what it is that we offer our community, we need to continue with the work we're doing to the best of our capacity in the more straitened economic times. And I think this strikes a balance between those competing demands, and I welcome support for it. And now I will take further speakers. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, I'll be very brief actually. I just want to say I'm very supportive of your very cogent analysis of why we should proceed with option one, but I would like to foreshadow that if this option fails, I'd like to move option two.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. You don't want to speak to the motion itself?
I'm fine.
Okay, that's fine.
Yep.
Councillor Gary. Oh, sorry, Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Your Worship. We've heard lately an unprecedented use of the word unprecedented. These are difficult in different times and likely to get more difficult for more of our Dunedin people. In business, we're gritting our teeth, keeping our chins up, cutting our costs, changing our products, streamlining our services and pivoting energetically to make the best of the situation and save ourselves for a better future. Things are challenging right now and tough. But at my workplace, our iconic albatross chicks are getting fatter and ready to fly. Our visitors are venturing out and we are healthy and safe. Normality is inching back in. Council is not a business. Council is a community, a city, businesses, people, places, who it is our duty to care for. We have a fiscal responsibility to be prudent. We have a responsibility to our future citizens to invest, and we have a responsibility now to provide stability and leadership in a rapidly changing world. We are an investor, not a business. My position in this budget round is to hold to our course and not endorse any non-core spend. Everyone in Dunedin is tightening their belts. Council must lead and show confidence in our future by sticking to planned spend and projects, ensuring our city is one that we want to live in and not a tired old has-been. We were a city of firsts, a leader. Let's stick to the plan, the budget, but clearly not add in an unplanned spend. Next year, 2021 fiscal year, we have our long-term plan process, and that is the time, once the dust has settled, that we revision what our city's future looks like together. We've heard and talked many times over the last few weeks about consultation and engagement, but heck, aren't we married already? As council and city, we are committed to each other, and we together need to find our path forward together. Let's talk like adults and plan our future. Many of our 8 key strategies are out of date, with more than half of them more than 5 or 6 years old, one ancient from 2010. They are in danger of becoming irrelevant and not fit for purpose, like the old family car. Perhaps a sporty gas guzzler, which was exciting when you first got engaged, but no longer able to take the burgeoning family to the myriad of places they wish to go. Our strategies, got some of them here, are like the pieces of a jigsaw that's been lying around. Some pieces are old, chewed by the family dog, food spilt on them, some have faded in the light of day, and some are dusty and trapped at the bottom of the drawer. Let's dust off that jigsaw and rationally and methodically repaint a brighter future together for our city. piecing together a modern suite of new strategies with sharp implementation plans to pivot ourselves into our new future, to create the ultimate gorgeous, inspiring jigsaw picture that everybody wants to put together. Our number one priority of governments should be to get our house in order, to plan wisely and strategically for our future. I urge councillors to put strategy first, to push this year to make our number one priority and direction reviewing and rewriting our strategies. This is the wisest investment we can make in our future. There is no budget line in this plan for that job, but it is the most important role we have, and the direction we give to our CEO, our only direct report, enables this to happen. As per the local government rules, we have an exceptions-only budget this year, an inherited budget that we have before us. It is our obligation now to pass the majority of it. It is our decision on how we in the future we pay for it, then we reimagine and reframework our investment priorities. So thus I will support this motion of 4.1% and the $500,000.
Thank you.
Andy.
Councillor Hall.
Could I suggest we change A to say no greater than 4.1? Because it gives us the opportunity of bringing it down somewhere between the 3.5 and the 4.1.
We can, I'll deal with it in my right of reply, but thanks for the reminder. Do you want to speak to it further, Councillor? Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Firstly, I'd like to say I want to congratulate Your Worship on seeing the difficulties that people are having in our community and acknowledging that by not taking on the extra staff costs that were going to be encountered, and I really applaud you for that, so well done, it's really good. I'm going to follow along with Councillor Walker's suggested motion, and I would look at supporting option 2. The reason is that as Councillor Lafasto said quite emotionally yesterday, actually on Monday, I was quite moved with her speech about, and it is true, so many people are hurting with this. I mean, only yesterday we had the announcement of over 100 people in our community losing their jobs from H&J Smith, possibly, and there's numerous other places. This is something we all know. It's probably one of the hardest decisions we're going to make, is decisions like this during this time of post-COVID. Now, I would love to see a zero rates rise, but I don't think that's an option. And the reason why I don't think it's an option is because if we agree to that, we're going to burden future ratepayers with debt later, because we could go zero now and we're still going to have costs to run our city. As the Mayor said, we've got things, we've got to run our infrastructure, we don't want to get behind on infrastructure. I can't stress that enough. Our city needs new infrastructure, and it is essential. And if we don't, what we've done in the past is got behind and behind. We have an opportunity to keep this up, and who would have thought in a disaster or emergency that we'd say that? But because the government is giving this money, we do have opportunities, and I think we need to seize them. And I see, I think option 2 for me is fairer. It's less. I love your idea of committing the 500,000 to COVID. But I think, my option would be option 2. But thank you for your considerations.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll be supporting this motion. And I'll be supporting it because one of the really important reasons is that in people's everyday lives, the service delivery is what affects them. I want to start though by acknowledging that there are people in our community who've been hugely hard hit and will continue to be as the weeks go by what we are going through and have just been gone through with the global pandemic. We're still in shock, I think, about that. I don't think we're in denial, but I think we're in shock and we don't know what's ahead. That is true. However, what I would say is that in the weeks that we have just gone by, what I have noted from various community Zoom meetings, from talking to people in my networks, that not everybody has been hard hit and not everybody will be hard hit. So it's how we ensure that we continue our work and we invest in our city, because that's the thing that people have been asking us, ironically asking us for no rate rise in some cases and also to invest in infrastructure, and those two things are mutually exclusive to some degree. We are going to continue to invest in the city through this rates rise. And that's really important if the economy of the city is going to bounce back. I'm of the view that we are really well placed as a city to recover from this global pandemic. I believe that because we had growth and because of the projects we were poised to begin, that will continue, but we are going to recover quicker than other places in New Zealand. But yet, there will still be people in our community who will be hugely hard hit by the impact of COVID. I'd like to see the target be, I think that's really important
It's
in
not
terms
me.
of support.
I think it's the IT guys.
Just hit mute.
I'll just continue.
Sorry.
It's
I
saying
think
the
perhaps
IT
that was
guy.
a timer that seemed to come around really quickly. As I said, I believe there are people who are hard hit, and I believe we put some things in place to assist, and that's around the rates rebate is in place. We've provided some flexibility around that. Certainly through grants subcommittee, we've provided some flexibility. I do believe, as the Mayor said, that an increase in grants, which is what we may come to through C, could be important for targeting where we can best use our money to support the community. So I definitely support B. I think that's going to be really important. And C, to see how we can best support our community in particular and targeted ways. And I just want to finish with a reflection on a letter I got really early on in the lockdown, hand-delivered to me, and that went into the 10-year plan submissions from a gentleman, an older gentleman in the community in which I live. And he said to me he remembered the stories from his parents of the Depression. And he said, when you are making your decisions, I really urge and implore you to remember the people. It's the people that are most important. And I believe that through this motion, we are supporting the people. We're acknowledging and ensuring there are measures in place to support people hard hit by COVID, but also we are supporting the people by supporting the economy of our city to recover in these difficult and challenging times. So the people, I believe, are at the centre of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Staines.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will be supporting this resolution and could equally support option 2. In my four terms on council, I've seen the impact that zero rate increases that occurred during the years prior to myself coming onto council have had. We're still playing catch up. And in terms of a city, we need to keep the priority on infrastructure. And this is a time where those infrastructure projects will also create spending in our economy and potentially attract government funding, which in the end will reduce the future costs to our ratepayers. So I think we have to continue on with the business as usual in terms of infrastructure. And while that might seem a little heartless, given the difficulties that COVID-19 has produced, the impact of shutting down major infrastructure projects in order to take a 0% rate increase, or, on the other hand, taking out much more debt in order to fund operations, will have a greater impact on rating increases in the future. So I think this is the best path to actually optimise what we're doing. We're taking the nice-to-haves, if you like, out of the budget, where staff have done a tremendous job in reducing unnecessary costs, and some of them are probably difficult to do. But in the end, I think the outcome will be the right one.
Councillor Elder.
I can support this, or equally number 2. And the reason is I'm sitting here because, in fact, I was concerned many years ago about the lack of growth in Dunedin. And the thing is, as an occupational therapist, I realised that actually jobs are very, very good for people's mental health. And to constrict at this time would mean more loss of jobs. And I don't believe that's a good thing. So spending on infrastructure, taking the opportunities available through the government funds that will come on stream, is a really important part of recovery, because it's an investment in our community and it's an investment in jobs and job creation, which in the end is an investment in the social well-being and mental well-being and physical well-being of our community. So that's why I support investment rather than constriction. When we set our plan before COVID-19, we were definitely in a growth mode, and I believe that we still are. We've got the hospital rebuild. I don't imagine people be less attracted to New Zealand after this. I imagine they'll be more attracted to New Zealand after COVID-19, and we all know the reasons for that. So I believe that lots of New Zealanders will want to come back, and a lot of people will want to shift here. So I believe we need to still plan for growth, and that requires investment. I do recognise that many commercial and residential properties are now under considerable financial stress, but I think constricting our economy will only exacerbate that rather than kind of make it better. So I also note that at point B we're 500,000 for the COVID support fund, but on point C that gives room for 500,000 in the social wellbeing strategy, which is, I think, a really good balance. Yes, I would love to strike a 0% rates increase and 0% capital spend, but I think in the end it will actually make our economy and the opportunities our economy provides far less attractive and actually have a negative impact on our people. So I can support either this or option 2.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Bishop. I would foreshadow that I want to support option 2 for the simple fact, well, I would like to go past this because I think when we're in this situation of a recession, we have to follow the general principles of Keynesian economics. And it's in that environment, it's the government's policy, and it has a role to play and a responsibility to reduce burden on the citizens. So that's for where options 1 and option 2 kick in, because we need to not go to the full rates increase, and to stimulate the economy, which means we have to borrow in order to keep our spending up. If we don't do the 2, then we're not doing it the right way around. I think option 2 comes closest to that. His Worship said it was deferred maintenance, but the difference between option 1 and option 2 is whether we pay for the $1 million COVID recovery fund out of debt or directly out of rates. And if any such fund comes directly out of rates, then we are effectively robbing Peter to pay Paul, because someone is going to have to pay higher rates to then move that money into another pool. I just would feel better if we just did that straight out of debt, and therefore we're acting in the most stimulating way we could. Also, I'm a little concerned about the wording of section C, because we can get caught up in it's possible that when the wording is very specific, it then means that you can only use it in a certain specific way, and it would negate it being used in other ways. In addition to which, of course, this is only half of the amount of money that would come forward if we went to option 2. And so I'm worried that we would not be able to apply this to people who have lost their jobs and are unable to pay their rates, because it would have to depend on how well that fits with the social wellbeing strategy objectives. And again, it's only half the amount of money that would be available to give relief to our community. That's the only difference I would say between this and option 2, but and remember, option 2 is a lower rates increase than this. Yeah. To the actual underlying logic of debt increase in adjusting to reduced revenue, This is by convention an unbalanced budget, but we are not planning as a city or an institution to continuously go forward and not balance our operational expenditure. The number that was chosen to fund by debt is the amount of money that we believe we have lost in revenue coming into the city this year. It is not an arbitrary number pulled out. It is a hard number to calculate accurately, but there is an underlying calculation behind why that number has been chosen. Will we do this year on, year on? Well, if we have done the right thing in this country with our public health response to COVID-19 and we open up our borders appropriately, it's unlikely we'll be going through multiple waves. But it's an unknown into the future, and we'll have to address that at the time. When you do this, as Mr. Logie said, you don't constantly plan for every unknown eventuality and disaster. You plan on the assumption that it will be a version of business as usual, and you're planning around that point. To say otherwise would mean we would be putting ridiculously large budgets in place. There was another comment about service delivery. As far as I can tell, there's no service delivery difference between this option, options 1, 2 or 3. The difference is the amount of rates rise and debt. After remembering we've already trimmed $4.8 million out of our operating budget. So what we have been presented with is the maximum trim out of our budget that we can do without reducing our services, plus how are we going to fund the rest? Do we fund it in rates or do we fund it in debt? I believe in a case of a recession, which is what we're facing right now, it is our responsibility to take the burden directly off the ratepayer and move it towards debt, which is the standard governmental response in an economic environment like this. And to do otherwise would not be living up to our responsibility as a governing body in this city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Reddick.
Yes. So in the first instance, I'd like to agree with what Councillor O'Malley and Councillor Staines spoke about in terms of, and others spoke about in terms of the preferred option, and it's certainly my preferred option to move to level 2, as I alluded to earlier, where we have a 3.5% rates increase. I'm pleased to see it's so much, it's half the previously proposed rates increase. So it makes a significant, does provide a significant amount of relief to all ratepayers. And I think it's critically important that we be seen to support our community at this time. Similarly, I'm not a fan for zero rates increases as a general principle because inflation and other factors, people always want, our community always wants services to be better. So we do need to be funding that on an ongoing basis. And I agree with Councillor Staines that zero rate increases as a policy and as an ongoing thing just leads to degradation of the system. So I am just not sure at this point is how do we proceed to change that from option 1 to option 2, but I'd like to hear about that. I'd also like to propose an amendment to this or a future motion that we get a report, that staff supply a report for that same meeting, just outlining the changes in service that could save $5 million from our operational budget while still maintaining recovery strategies, if that's even possible. So that councillors are fully aware of what it would mean to actually reduce our operational budget by a further $5 million, and I appreciate the effort that staff have put in to shaping the budget as they have, but to go that bit further does require some structural changes. So this is not, I'm not asking for an exact financial breakdown, but the thing, a brief report on what services might be able to be changed, which will in fact mean changes in staff, of course, but still maintaining our recovery strategies, because there are certain things that the council does that stimulate jobs in the community, which is critically important at this stage. And of course we hope to be having money coming from the government. So it's critically important that we are able to deploy that money usefully into our community. But I do think that it would be helpful for all councillors and our ratepayers in general to know that we have explored deeper cuts, as indeed all private enterprise has been well, is undergoing right now, and many of our businesses in the city, which are the generators of jobs and rates ultimately, they are undergoing significant financial pain. So I think it's good to be seen to be exploring the options at least. So, so look for suggestions how best to propose that amendment. Are you happy that I just propose that amendment now?
It's not immediately clear to me what you're proposing, but you can move an amendment at any point in the meeting,
So
Councillor.
I'd like to move an amendment that we, Council requests staff to provide a report to the 30 June 2020 meeting outlining changes to services that could save $5 million from our operational budget
Oh, I see.
while still maintaining recovery strategies.
No, that's counter to the intention of the motion, so it isn't an amendment as such, but you can foreshadow that should this motion fail.
That would be item D, yes. Thank you.
No, it wouldn't be item D. It would be counter to items A through C, so it would need to be a separate motion moved subsequent to this should this fail.
Yes.
Following the motion that has already been foreshadowed to be moved should this fail.
It's only a report. I don't know that it's quite counter, but anyway.
Thank you.
Thank
Councillor
you.
Lord?
Yeah, look, I have heard the calls from the public. I've seen in the submissions people that are unhappy with their current level of rating, and yet I see a lot of stuff on social media and all sorts of people of criticism of the council, and the reality of it is that, as the Mayor himself spoke earlier, that the services that we get for perhaps $50 a week is reasonably significant. And I have often made the comparisons about the third world where I've spent some time and I've seen people that don't have running water, and not just the effect on their exercise regimes, but the fact that they don't live as long because they get bacterial disease, they get all sorts of other problems. I've seen the implications that you want to do a small journey, say from here to Palmerston, could take you a whole day because the roads are so shot that children, 2 out of 5 children die under 5 because of dysentery and those sorts of things. And not that we're quite in that situation in Dunedin, but I just think we do need to actually realise when we look at rates what percentage of people's income they are and what percentage of level of service they get for that. And there's a very high level of service in this city that you get for that, perhaps $50 a week. And I do realise, listening the other day to Mr Clare, that there's some people pay significantly more than that, and I've been guilty of that myself at different times. But I can support this. I don't think we could have a slash and burn budget. We could not spend any money on library books. We could turn heaters off. We could do all sorts of things. We could not replace any cars. We could just make people use their own cars for certain tasks. There's a whole lot of things that we could do, and sometimes it's very appealing to do those things. And perhaps if it was my own business, I might do some of those things. But I think what we do have to understand is that whatever we do, later on we will have to replace. So if we're going to not buy any library books this year, next year or the year after, somewhere we're going to have to play catch up. So I think this is striking a balance between what we originally consulted on, and yeah, look, I could have supported Councillor Walker's bill, but I could Councillor Walker's motion.
Getting ahead of yourself, sir.
Subsequent motion, but I could easily support this too. So I know some people will say we're just all a pack of twits that don't know anything, but I can wear that.
Thank you. Councillor Manners.
I'm glad that Councillor Staines brought up a previous era in Dunedin's history where there were zero rates rises, zero increases in debt. I'm thinking particularly of the time when Mayor Skeggs presided over a council where he made damn sure there were no rates increases of any significance or increases in debt, and he built the civic centre that we work in with no increases in debt at the same time.
No working lifts.
The possibility of zero rates rises and zero debt, that is to say the possibility of staff operating within last year's budget, seems in recent years to have evaporated. We talk about higher or lower in our decisions, but they're always rates rises. We talk about higher or lower, but they're always increases in debt. No sustainable business would ever do this. We here around this table are running arguably the largest business that Dunedin ratepayers have a share in. And we're running it in a way that is absolutely devoid of any sustainable business practice in macro terms. Always talking about sustainability, but always doing the unsustainable is leading Dunedin into further undevelopment, falling behind other city centres and heading us towards financial disaster. Cliff Skeggs would have rolled his eyes in disbelief that a council could now be talking about debt going higher than our already $975 million ceiling, $1 billion. Cliff Skeggs would have had apoplexy at the idea, the concept of an unbalanced budget. Who in their business right mind would ever think of such a thing? And here it is in our agenda papers as something that we are apparently needing to look at because we're simply not capable as an organisation of running this place with the same budget that we had last year. We have to, and have for many years now, massively increase our debt, our staff costs, our running costs, just apparently to maintain services. The fact that there's no chance of a 0-0 budget flying with this council means that I don't have any options I can vote for here at all. Staff have given us 4 different options, all of them involving significant debt increase. And if we're going to just keep kicking the can down the road, keep letting future generations deal with our inability to live within our means, I believe we are being utterly irresponsible. It's my view that this council is the most irresponsible council in Dunedin's history. And you only need to look at the group debt graph to see that irresponsibility being displayed. Mayor Hawkins has said that the agenda is deceptively small in size. The options for democratic decision-making in this agenda are even smaller. There is no real-world options, in fact, in my view.
30 seconds, Councillor.
All the options we have in front of us, despite COVID, and for some perverse reason being proposed because of COVID, mean we're going to keep spending more as we always have. We're going to keep increasing staff costs as we always have. We're going to keep increasing our debt. And we're going to claim that we have low rates, which, as the Mayor pointed out, were for residential, fair enough, but very high for the businesses that we should be keeping here, but we are driving away to places like Tauranga, Christchurch and Invercargill, who all have far lower commercial rates.
Your time is up, Councillor.
I believe
Councillor
we
Lawfisel.
do not have
Councillor, you've had your 5 minutes.
any opportunities here.
Councillor Lawfisel. Oh, sorry. Were you foreshadowing a subsequent alternative? You mentioned that there wasn't an option that you could vote for. Are you proposing something else should this fail?
I propose an option 5 of 0 rates rise, 0 debt rise, and asking staff to go back and live within last year's budget constraints.
Thank you. Councillor Lawfisel.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to record my thanks to the staff for the hard work that's gone into this and also the incredible patience in the session before the break. I also want to acknowledge Dave Luffrey, who tweeted in 2017, which was the first annual plan meeting for Councillors O'Malley, Councillor Elder, Councillor Newell, Councillor Conrad's surname, and myself, for acknowledging a statement briefly that infrastructure is people. And that is something that I had picked up on reading articles by engineers and so forth, and the distinction that we make between council's core business and everything else is an artificial construct, just like the economy. The economy is an artificial construct, but because of who we are and what we're doing, we're required to work within it or talk about it. But from my perspective, rates, and I need to record special thanks to Mr. Logie, who in 2017, I think, prepared Councillor Elder and myself with an understanding of what was required and explained how the quantum of a 1% rates rise being $1.6 million, and to most people it's just the cost of a cup of coffee a week. And I've been on record as saying, as someone in a privileged position that I'm in, and having the salary I do, I'd be willing to pay 3 times the rates that I currently pay, or I am going to pay, if I knew that it would contribute to the overall social well-being of people. As I've said, and I know it's been recorded in terms of, in discussions with Councillor Elder, I said, I don't actually give a toss, less politely,
Councillor.
about tourism. Because it doesn't mean that we are focusing on meeting the needs, the basic needs of all our citizens. And until that's taken care of, I don't really care about that. But that's just showing my value space. And that's what we're having, is a discussion of our values. And of course, they're very different. But this is my long-winded way of saying that I support this motion. For me, it crystallises the whole tension about the ratepayer is going to be under pressure. Well, the ratepayer is a homogenous group and a whole lot of backgrounds and a whole lot of priorities. And for me, it's crystallised in the bitching and moaning about parking. Like, I come from communities where people, if they go to the city, parking is not paying $1 or whatever now is not the most important thing. They don't care about that cost. There's other things that are actually preoccupying them. So it's a matter of your values and your perspective and your worldview and your experience. So I'm going to support this motion.
Thank you. We're running out of further speakers. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, I'd like to make 3 sort of sets of comments. The first one is about the wider context. And I think much and all as this is an extraordinary circumstance for the whole country, including this city, it's even more extraordinary in many ways that we are sitting as part of a society where huge amounts of money have been committed to the welfare of our citizens and the welfare of our businesses. And to put that in perspective, I'm only more than aware that the annual budget used to be for unemployment benefits, for working age benefits, used to be around $5 billion annually. Annually. The context that we now sit in, we have seen government spend $11 billion already on support for various parts of our community, and $5 billion for small business support alone. Not all of it deserved, and I'm sure those who are rorting the system will be caught up with in due course and pay it back, and that cash flow will help everyone. But the wider context of political support from government for our community is unprecedented. I think we'd all acknowledge that. At the same time, we have shown no reticence in putting our hand up for any bit that might come our way, and in appropriate desperation and diligence, worked out and accelerated anything that we could vaguely qualify as shovel-ready, in the hope that we will get further support for those projects. So in that context, it wouldn't be just churlish, it'd be downright dishonest, stupid and hypocritical for us to pull back on what we're proposing. And I think that subtlety would not be lost on government either. I think yesterday's decision about the PGF funding is entirely appropriate and sensible and could not be avoided in the circumstances. I didn't think I'd ever make that statement, and I wouldn't have made it a few months ago, but circumstances have surely changed. Attrition damages communities. You've only got to look at what happened in the UK with the sort of austerity budgets that flowed from the global financial crisis. I think...
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Vandervis.
If I had made anything like this speech, Your Worship, you would have hauled me up a long time ago for its relevance to the agenda item in front of us. I have heard not one word that is relevant to the 4 options or the option that you have alternatively proposed in front of us. Can you ask the Speaker, please, to refer to the agenda paper in front of us?
Nor has he referred to City Council decisions of the 1980s. But I'm hearing plenty that's relevant to the wider context of this discussion, Councillor, and so I won't uphold your point of order.
Thank you, Your Worship. In that wider context, I'm most supportive of the recommendation before us. I think it's entirely sensible, and I really want to give my thanks to the clear majority around this table who spend their considerable energies trying to get things done rather than stopping them happening.
Thank you. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. So I was going back over the agendas in the past from this year, and on the 29th of January we started our annual plan deliberations and what we thought was going to be our annual plan. And if you read through those papers and you talk about what we were thinking, and you actually even go back to the videos and listen to what we were talking about, you can see in a very, very short time, we have got a total different climate. And when you've got a different climate, you have to react differently. And I guess the key part was I came into this process and over the lockdown thinking, how could I ever support a rates rise? How can I actually say we are going to increase rates by any percentage based on the hurt in the community? I've seen both my kids go from optimism and opportunity to going, where the hell is my job? What am I going to do next? I've talked to employers that have sat down staff and have basically gone, how can I keep money on your table? That is all really critical. And it's a bigger picture than even what we're facing here. And we're going to have that discussion about a lot of these other things down the line. The bottom line is we have to do something. That's what we're tasked to do. We may not like the decisions we're going to make over the next few days, but we've got to make the decisions, and it's got to be a bigger picture thinking. And sometimes you've got to take the blinkers off And I'm going to support stuff that otherwise I wouldn't have previously. But it's in what's in the best interest of the community. And go back to what is in the best interest of the community. The people, the renters, the people who are losing jobs. I, for one, would love to see the government do a lot more for our community and all communities across the country. I don't think they've done enough. But that's my personal political view. What we are tasked with here is how do we get the best outcome for our community. I've yet to decide which one I'd vote for, whether I'd vote for what's on in front of us or what potentially could be moved. But the bottom line is we cannot do nothing. And this is also a rate increase, whether it's 3.5 or 4.1, on the general rate. It's not on all the other rates or the other items that make up the rating bill. And sometimes people see their rates bill and they go, this is what it's going to be. It is the general rate. There's a big difference. But the bottom line is, it's not the time to go and turtle, get into our shell and stop moving. It is going, we think this is hard right now. I personally think in 6 months' time, we're going to be in far more challenging times.
I do too.
And the part that I've heard, and I've heard for the last probably 4 or 5 weeks, the CEO and the staff are very much aware of what the issues are we are facing. They are not putting up vanity projects. They are not going and trying to push agendas. That is something that I have seen. But personally, we have to continue to invest in our community. Doing nothing is not an option.
Yep.
And so this is where I will be supporting a rates increase. And I can tell you, a few weeks ago I wouldn't have. But, we are moving in very fast and rapid times, and we have to do what's in the best interest of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. My apologies, Councillor Hall. I thought your contribution earlier was your desire to speak to the motion. But if you want to speak now, you can.
Just in general, someone was bringing up before about the chance of contracts getting cheaper. With health and safety, our contracts in the last 5 years have probably gone up somewhere from 25 to 35%. The chance of them coming back is 0. They will actually go up more in the next few years because we have toolbox meetings every day, which take 15 to 20, 30 minutes on every site, which has got to be accounted for. We have health and safety meetings every week, which take up to 2 to 3 hours if your staff aren't somewhere. All these costs are added on to what it's actually costing the city to operate. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if our tenders go up another 10% in the next 12 months, just to cover health and safety. It's in the stage, it's incredible to try and cost it into your contract. And that's for the city as well as the private sector. So I would say we can expect our tenders to go up higher and higher for the same productivity.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lord, you've spoken to the motion.
Yes, I have spoken, but I'd just like to make a point of clarification. And the reason, it might seem like semantics, but Councillor van der Vos referred to the story of our debt being 975 million or very close to something, words to that effect. And what I'd just like to remind the public, whoever wants to watch this meeting, that council debt, as the previous meeting on Monday, at the end of April, our debt was 244 million approximately, and that's a significant debt. And we just shouldn't blur the lines between company debt and city council debt. So thank you for that.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
I don't need to roll on it.
Point of order, I did say it was group debt in the first instance.
Didn't you say
The
council? Video
will show that.
Well, neither of them are points of order really, but I appreciate the discussion for the purposes of clarification. In responding by way of the right of reply, I'm pleased that Councillor Lofwessel mentioned values, because I think that's a pretty significant part of the discussion that we're having and all of the discussions that we always have. And while a lot of things have changed in response to the global public health situation that we're in, people's values haven't necessarily changed. So in January, I was supportive of the role government plays in allowing individuals within our community to collectively achieve what they wouldn't be able to do individually. That is my philosophical worldview about how government and community operates, in the same way that people in January whose worldview was supportive of small government and council doing as little as possible, unsurprisingly still hold those views and would advocate for a response to the situation that we're currently in that aligns with that ideology. We are all products of our values and experience and perspective and worldview, and those are the things that we bring to this table to make decisions that are, in this case, reasonably significant for those in our community. I want to touch on a couple of things around that Councillor O'Malley picked up on around the specific wording of this. And just like $1 million in the report was an arbitrary figure, $500,000 is equally arbitrary. I was working backwards from 4.1%. Of course, that leaves $500,000 to allocate to any number of requests that we've received from our community, and we'll debate subsequent to this. If we choose not to expend that further $500,000, we can revisit this per the overarching recommendation and either reduce the rate increase or put more money into the COVID-19 fund. That's sort of how I wanted to do it. I didn't want to hamstring the subsequent debates from the very beginning, and I wanted to allow space for people to do that so that we could then come back and revisit this. In terms of how the money might be focused in C, the social wellbeing strategy is incredibly broad. One of the key planks of our social wellbeing strategy is manaakitanga, which, while not a literal translation, effectively means looking after people. And so that can be fairly broadly interpreted in terms of how we might allocate this money to look after our people who are struggling in the current environment. So I wouldn't want people to be concerned necessarily about how restrictive Part C is. And my support for 4.1 or 3.5, and I welcome the overwhelming support for one or either of those options, is really about, not so much about this annual plan meeting, but about next year's long-term plan meeting, because the decision that we make around this is the effects are cumulative, and it will impact on the decisions that we have to make next year. And as Councillor O'Malley and others rightly remind us, there are significant capital projects and significant areas of work that we need to happen in the next 10 years that currently don't sit in our budgets. And so the long-term plan next year was always going to be difficult. It was always going to be challenging, and the situation over the last few months that's got us to this point is going to compound that. And so by going with a 4.1 option over a 3.5 is really trying to make mitigate against that cumulative effect is really what that's about. And that's all I wanted to offer by way of response, and we will put the motion by division. Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Elder.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Hall.
No.
Councillor Houlihan.
No.
Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lord.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Reddick.
No.
Councillor Staines.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Your Worship.
Aye.
You've got them. Motion's passed 11 to 4.
Motion carried 11-4. Thank you. I've had given the request that was made by Councillor Wiley to do some modelling around the impacts on the individual properties. The discussion around the community services targeted rate will have some bearing as to how that modelling might work. So for the purposes of giving staff as much time as possible to do that work, I'll seek the leave of the meeting to move that discussion to be the next agenda item. No issues? People are comfortable with that? Thank you. So that is item 14. Item 14, 10-year plan amendment, community services targeted rate. It's 11:45. We'll take questions and, well, we'll see how this goes, but it may be that we need to adjourn the meeting and debate the paper after the lunch break. But is there any comments that staff would like to make by way of introduction?
Only that all we've done is reiterate the feedback through the community engagement process.
Thank you. Questions, councillors? Councillor Vandervis.
Page 65, property in the middle of the page there under 6. Annual plan 9.5 million, update 19 million. Have I got the wrong slide?
Item 14.
Page 117.
Questions of item 14?
My apologies.
That's right. No questions off the paper. Anyone like to move anything? Councillor Benson.
Sorry, I did have a question. Having finally got there, I misunderstood 10-year plan item 8 and 10-year plan item 14.
Oh, that's fine. Go for it.
My question was, given the option 2 increased community services targeted rate to $247, which would have been the status quo, have we had a detailed look at how much the option 1 that has been previously proposed adversely affects business in terms of their rates that they already pay at 245% more than residential? Has there been any analysis on the effects on commercial rates?
So in approving the amendment, options, the detailed information was provided to councillors, which then informed the community engagement.
So just to summarise then, what effect did this have on, what percentage increase effect did this have on commercial rates?
So I just have to refer to the community engagement paper.
I don't want to be accused of splitting hairs again, but it's 244%, councillor.
I appreciate you splitting my hairs, Your Worship, as I don't have that many of them in my old age.
You can borrow some.
Nice to get some things exactly right. A rarity around this table, I might add.
So if I refer councillors to page 5 of the consultation document, the status quo option of 247 had rates increasing for all commercial properties by 1.9%. The option 1, which was the community services target rate of $100, which was council's preferred option, had the commercial at 6.2%.
6.2% rates increase on top of their already...
No, that's the overall increase in take from that group of rate payers.
Oh, so it was 1.9 increase as a result of this. Thank you.
Further questions? Councillor Benson Pope has indicated a willingness to move option 1.
Option 1, yes.
Do you have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Garrett, would like to speak to it?
Well, we've had this discussion in the original request to staff around exploring this option, and not only was that request supported by the overwhelming majority of members around the table, but felicitously it's widely supported in the consultation process as well. I think the key part of, from recollection, the key part of the reason for the motion was to rebalance the results, the rating on lower income, lower value properties after the rating change, which was so substantial in some areas. And I think that continues to be the correct decision, and supporting option 1 is consistent with that.
Thank you. For the speakers, Councillor Raddick.
Yes, I can't support this motion. The largest amount of money in our community comes from business, and in particular small business. And the businesses in our community create the jobs that generate the income in so many households. And it's critically important that we support our businesses at this point in our history, because they're under more pressure than they've ever been, perhaps in our whole history, having suffered such a dramatic event. And the jobs that happen in our community, all housed in commercial premises throughout the place, and I think it's critically important that we don't send a signal that we do not support small business, despite what some councillors might say or think. I think it's the dynamo at the heart of the city is the small business that generate all of the income. So I think it's critically important at this stage not to be sending a negative signal there. So the increase in rates when when commercial properties are already paying 2.5 times the rate of residential households, I think it's completely counterproductive to the community to be increasing that any further. And of course, if anybody did want to increase their donation to the city, they could simply convert their residential property to a commercial one, and the rates bill would immediately go up by 2.5 times. So that would be an easy thing to accomplish, but I think those with commercial buildings would so much sooner go in the other direction. However, I don't think it's the right thing to do at this time.
Thanks, Councillor. Just by way of clarification, were a residential property to convert to a commercial property, the ratepayer would pay more, but the quantum of money made available to the city wouldn't change. It's a method of apportioning the rates take. It's not a property tax. I just wanted to make that clear. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, when this came up initially for debate, I voted against it, and I'm going to have to do that again today. And the reason is that when I worked out, I'm not a genius on maths, so I think, but hopefully it was right. We looked at the difference between the amount a residential resident will pay with this, and it was minimal. And then we looked at the amount that a commercial ratepayer would pay if this comes into fruition or into action, which, if approved, it will, and it was really significant on a yearly basis. Given commercial ratepayers have been hit, obviously everyone's suffering, but commercial property owners have, most of them, been asked by their tenants to take a hit and a rent reduction or no rent at all, and that's a huge hit for them right now, post-COVID. So this will just be another thing that hits at their budget, and quite frankly, some of them probably won't even be meeting their budgets right now, so I can't support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Elder.
Thank you for that, Chair. Pre-COVID-19, I did support this. Post-COVID-19, I recognise that small business and commercial businesses are struggling. Any help we can give them at this time means that they can keep jobs. And for me, keeping jobs actually helps our people who are in residential properties keep their income. So pre-COVID-19, I supported the change. Post-COVID-19, I think we need to send a signal that we're supporting our commercial properties in this time so that they can, in turn, support employment. So I can't support this at this time. I think we need to send a signal to commercial properties that, in fact, we're supporting them so that they, in turn, can keep jobs.
Councillor Hall.
We have to remember that under the commercial rating, that covers industrial as well. And there's a lot of small industrial companies out there that have wound up. There's more going to wind up. And we need to support them as well as the commercial Main Street stuff. It's all those small businesses that employ 2 or 3 that service all these different industries. And those are the ones that are going to be hit hardest by this. I know several companies that make their money over the autumn period. It carries them right through the year. They haven't been able to do it under COVID-19, and we could see the closure of a fair few more small industrial businesses in the city in the next 6 months. Thank you.
Councillor Lord.
Yes, no, I also can't support this, and the reason I can't support it is because for many, many years I've thought about the burden of rates on high-value properties, and that there's no necessary guarantee that just because someone's got a high-value property, they're rich. If I do support this today, what it will mean for me is that I've got a property and I've just looked at my own property and I pay $240. I pay 1, 2, 3, 4 as my rates bill, $1,234. If I take away from $240 to $140, that will mean a saving of $140, and in my general rates it'll go up by about $30. So it's actually just, it would be counterintuitive. It would actually be wiser for me to support this because it would be better for me, but I'm just very mindful of the fact that there's a very stressed farming community, there's a very stressed business community, and there's also a very stressed industry, as Councillor Hall's just referred to, all number of people working on some type of commercial property that are paying significantly more rates than general, and we just need to be mindful of that as well, so I can't support this.
Thank you. Councillor Stones.
I find myself very much in a cleft stick with this one, and part of it is because of COVID-19. I was very supportive of the change proposed to go to a $100 community services rate. That was on the basis that our economy was running as normal, and this would help our low-income families. But now we have businesses that are low income, a lot of businesses that are right on the edge. They can't access the government rates rebate scheme in order to minimise the impact of the rate increases. Those on low incomes can. So it puts me in this very difficult position. From a social point of view, I really feel for those on low income when we move rates, because a lot of those people don't have $1 left at the end of the week to put towards another $1, the cup of coffee scenario, to pay their rates. But they do have the ability to apply for that rates rebate. And I think, given the situation, I will be voting against it, but equally, I think we should be, perhaps, if necessary, adding some money to our budget. Perhaps it comes out of the community services, out of the fund for COVID, to make sure that we do get to all of those low-income people, that we give them every opportunity to get that rates rebate to minimise the impact.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. As many people have alluded to, we've been through this in great detail previously, and when we proposed the change, we had social justice at the core of our decision, and I personally don't think that that has altered post-COVID-19 in terms of the effect it's going to have on the poorest in our community. We also surveyed our community while COVID-19 was at its height. The survey comes back 78% of the public supporting it. For that reason alone, I will support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll be supporting the motion, and I seconded it because I think the driver behind our previous discussions has not changed, and that is around the very high valuations and the low-income households. And a particular sector of our community, if they were struggling before, they're certainly struggling now. That is not to say that businesses aren't struggling, but there are other ways that we can support them. So this, in voting for this, it's not to say that we don't support businesses. We can do that in other ways. And this sends a really strong signal to our community, the sector of our community that we're already struggling. Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Your Worship, I'm going to touch on a submission we had from Russell Lund, Mr Lund, on the differential commercial rates between different cities. And he said that if he could, he'd move to Christchurch. So I was bound in that point to have to do what I always do, just go off and do the calculation. The differential rate depends, what you're paying as a commercial is a differential from your residential. What you absolutely pay is dependent on what your residential rate is in each city. So while Christchurch's differential is lower, their absolute rates are higher. I did go to the rates map myself and look up Mr Lund's building down at Logan Mercantile. 1.2 million valuation, $8,925,000 rates. If he was in Christchurch with a $1.2 million building, his rates would be $8,750. Effectively the same. He's going to save about $150, and if he wants to go to Christchurch, I'll be happy to drive the truck for him. If you put a 2% rates increase on $8,950, which will be the 1.9% differential rate, the burden on his company at that building will be $180. I don't think that's what is the underlying reason to whether your company is viable or not. To Councillor Staines, many of you who have read the ODT will know that I've taken on yet another job again, and I'm back down at Oxo as a managing director. We have so far received $65,000 of government assistance, and we're in line for a further 40, and we were in line for another 25,000 of loans. Small businesses are receiving help. So to say that they're getting no help at all is not accurate. I do acknowledge, Councillor Hall, that that if you were using the autumn to earn your income, that you've been hit really hard. And in fact, we're lucky down there that this is the low income period for chocolate manufacturers. I'm a bit concerned that we just passed the resolution. We took $500,000 out of the ability to go and give relief, because I do think that we do have to consider there will be companies who need relief coming in front of us. We can't really do it now. We've gone past that resolution point, but this won't be a fundamental issue to the viability of your company. It can't be. I mean, it's only going to, it will, if you have thousands of properties, it would be. But honestly, on a $1.2 million property, it's $180 in your operating costs. And you'll get $150 off his home rates. So I think we've got to go back to why we made this decision in the first place, which was about differential burden and the ability of people on different levels of income to be able to pay. And flat taxes are what are called non-progressive taxes. They hit the people proportionally much harder on the lower end of the income scale. And we're going into tough times, and I think we've got to take that burden off those people as more than anybody else potentially. And then we've got to go back, as Councillor Walker said, and look at the actual, what is the point of consultation if we ignore it? There's such an enormous amount of percentage. And now some councillors might say, oh, but only 400 people applied. Well, only 400 people cared. Because the rest didn't care enough to answer yes or no. And we've got a high proportion of those who cared enough to answer who said yes. So we've got to listen to the consultation as much as anything else. And then we've got to consider our impact. And our impact, as I said, on Mr. Lund, on that building will be $180. Thank you. Oh, clearly I'm voting for it.
Thank you. I just want to clarify around the previous motion that has been passed. Anything can be revisited at any point, and I would anticipate that one in particular would be the first one that would be revisited, depending on where our other debates go. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Wiley.
I've had my hand up twice, Your Worship.
Councillor Manders can go first.
Okay, that's fine. Councillor Manders.
Well, I don't mind when, just so long as I do get.
Yeah, now's good.
Right. This is a rating issue, and rating is always going to be a blunt instrument. And I applaud the fundamental idea that we should try and make this as fair as possible. However, the fairness that was claimed for option 1 is an utter illusion, in my opinion. When you have houses that have gone up tremendously in value, that is a windfall for those that have those houses, be they lower value houses or higher value houses. What option 1 proposes to do is to give those owners of those houses that have had this very substantial capital gain windfall, another windfall in terms of adjusting rates and moving them to other rate payers. If we look at the claim that Councillor Gary's made just now that we have other ways to support businesses, I would like to highlight what was highlighted in item 8 just now, where it said that the remission of rates for extreme financial hardship is for residential property owners only. We don't, our current policy would have to be changed for that to be any different. So we can't have rates remission for extreme financial hardship unless it's residential. If you look at the history of Dunedin businesses, and remember that we used to be the preeminent business centre of the whole country, and we have for many years now seen businesses heading north or heading elsewhere. One of the contributing factors to those businesses going elsewhere, when we used to have it all, is the fact that we charge considerably higher differential here and provide in many cases less services for business than other business centres. It's one of the reasons that we have lost a lot of businesses and now, compared to New Zealand averages, have lower productivity, and productivity is a fundamental requirement for a thriving economy. We have, for a long time now, had lower productivity than the New Zealand average. We've had lower vehicle registrations than the New Zealand average. We've had lower commercial vehicle registrations, obviously, than the New Zealand average. We've had lower visitor nights than the New Zealand average. We've had lower visitor spend than the New Zealand average for many, many years now. And up until the recent uptick in employment, we also had significantly lower employment opportunities than the New Zealand average. A lot of this is down to council policies, in my view, that simply don't understand the needs of business and simply rate businesses heavily because they are a small number of voters come each election. That's why we have relatively cheap residential rates and much more expensive commercial ones. I take issue with Councillor O'Malley claiming that Mr Lund, who has many commercial buildings up and down the country, has misinformed us regarding his belief that he pays much higher rates in Tauranga and Christchurch than we do here, many times in fact. That Councillor O'Malley seems to have gone to a website and come to another conclusion, I find quite frankly surprising. But I would expect someone of Mr Lund's character, of his fame in fact for writing NBR, National Business Review articles, which are lauded throughout the country, as actually having a pretty good idea of what the relevant commercial issues are. We need to vote option 2 now because it does give a fairer distribution, still not that fair, but a fairer distribution of rating burden to businesses, especially now struggling post-COVID. I'm very pleased that many speakers around the table have, in this issue, on this item, recognised that there has been a dramatic change post-COVID. And this
Your
is
time's
one
up,
way
Councillor.
in which we can recognise that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Sorry, just let me get to my notes here. I've gone back and forth on this issue over and over again. And the bottom line is, again, it goes back to what is important for our residents. And that includes landlords, that includes commercial businesses. But what is the good for all our community? And I started going through the chart that went back to the meeting on the 11th of February. And when you look at how much the rates had increased, you know, in the lower quartile diagram we had in that 11th of February meeting, we had gone from 225,000 up to 345,000 in property value. That was a 53% increase. The median average, this is residential, went from 285 to 420. That was a 47.4% increase. So when we pay our rates at home, we pay it out of our household budget. It is after we've paid our income tax, after we've paid everything else, it comes out of our own pockets. It comes out of our bank accounts. It's trying to balance the budget at the end of the month. Where I'm going with this is when you pay commercial rates, the rates are an operating expense that reduce taxable income. It's not out of the mum and dad's and the family's bottom line. And I should be based, I know bits of paper, trust me.
I'll be worried if I were you.
You know, there is a bit of a worry in what I'm saying. I agree. But when you really strip it back, in my opinion, and what I see in front of us, and what we're faced with we're challenged with dealing with, I'm sorry, I have to support this. And when I listen to my colleagues around the table, who I normally support, I go, what am I missing? But personally, I don't see I'm missing anything. I'm looking at what it's going to be for people's pockets. And what can we do to help where we can? And that's the part that really I struggle with in a lot of these decisions we're going to have. So thank you. I will be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? They don't need to be Damascus moments, but they could be. I just want to speak briefly to this, mainly in response to comments that have been made. And I hear Councillor Stains's comments around the availability to residential homeowners of the rates rebate scheme, but the bar is very high or very low, it should be, in terms of the income you need to have to qualify for that degree of assistance. And so I would be nervous about relying too heavily on that as a way of taking the edge off for people. And I also want to echo Councillor O'Malley's points made around the significant amount of assistance that has been made available, particularly to the small and medium-sized enterprises that have been invoked in this debate and will continue to receive that kind of assistance. It's hard to see how that wouldn't happen regardless of what happens in our general election later on this year. And to those, and I think this is specifically, I guess, to those who have changed their views since we last had this debate in January, is that that kind of support is available and will continue to be available, and as has been pointed out, will be offset for some of them by a reduction in the rates that they pay on any residential property that they live in. And again, just like we seem to try and talk about motorists and pedestrians and cyclists as different people, businesses and residential homeowners they're the same people. It's the same people that are picking up the tab, and I certainly take Councillor Wiley's point around only some of them get to claim that back at the end of March when they're filing their tax returns and reducing their own personal burden. But for me, this is the principles at the heart of this debate are the same now as they were in January, and that is that regressive taxation is fundamentally unfair, and I can never sit here and I couldn't not support a motion that aims to at least partially redress the imbalance. I mean, flat taxes are, while simple to understand, they are a mechanism that disproportionately impacts people with the least ability to cover that cost. And from a social equity point of view, from a social justice point of view, as Councillor Walker has said, regardless of the circumstances, and those circumstances in this case are mitigated by significant support from central government, I'd find it hard to not support us moving in this direction. I'm pleased to see this finally up for debate actually at a council annual plan meeting. Further speakers? Councillor Benson-Pope, you're right of reply.
Thank you. Briefly, Your Worship, because I think the last few speakers, yourself included, have encapsulated the key to this. The reason for this original decision was the change in the valuations, and previous speaker identified how great they were and why we took the trouble to try and change the balance in that respect. There is no doubt about the fact that fixed charges in the rating system have the most disproportionate effect on lower income, lower value properties who tend to be owned, whether it's an owner or a landlord, by lower income people in terms of the ownership anyway. We have, in terms of our consultation, an unequivocal community response. I won't always agree with an overwhelming response like that, because often, and that may happen today or tomorrow, often it's not informed, but this is very substantial, and the background of the presentation was quite clear, and it has had it has been traversed substantially in the media. And I think, much in all as I welcome Councillor Wiley's political epiphany, he did, must be the leadership change, he did hit the nail on the head. Is that the right figure of speech? This is a sensible change that we agreed to because of the effect of a valuation change. In due course, when valuations change again in whatever direction, we may make other similar adjustments to our rating system. The reason for the complexity of the relationships in the rating system is because that is as it has always been, and councils try to adjust in terms of their social responsibilities. The only other comment I want to make is the fact that I'm becoming increasingly concerned about the number of times I hear people advocating for one sector of this community. Don't care which sector it is, but I'd remind all councillors with respect that we all signed and swore an oath to make our best judgment for the whole of our community. People who work in small business or own small business are also residents. Residents may or may not be involved with business, but we are duty bound to respond to the needs and challenges of our whole community and not a particular part of it. In fact, constantly advocating for one element of our community, I think, is in direct breach of our responsibility and our duty. I urge you to support this recommendation. I think the reasons for its origin have not changed. Post-disease outbreak, the consultation is unequivocal, and I think it's an appropriate way of recognising a problem that exists in our community.
Thank you. We'll take the vote. Excuse me. We'll take the vote by division, as if I haven't practiced saying that enough.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Elder.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Hall.
No.
Councillor Houlihan.
No.
Councillor Lefiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lord.
No.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Raddick.
No.
Councillor Staines.
I've had an epiphany. Aye.
Councillor Van Ness.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Your worship.
Aye.
Motion is carried.
10.5, thank you. It's not quite 12.30, but we got pretty close. I'll move that we adjourn the meeting and reconvene at 1:30. Seconded Councillor Staines. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That's agreed. Thank you. Hopefully not. I'm actually just waiting for Councillor Houlihan to return and then we'll start. It's 1:35, so we'll start again. Welcome back. We are now going back to item 9 on the agenda, the 10-year plan 2018 through 28 capital budget changes. Any opening comments from staff in the first instance? Nothing forthcoming. Questions, councillors? I'll ask one. The change in the footpath renewals budget that's in the transport area, am I right in assuming that is the work that we've applied for funding for through the CIP process to catch that up?
No, not through CIP. We're applying, partly and through discussions with the NZTA. So it's a shortfall in our maintenance budget. It's been canvassed before, where we set a 3-year period to do so much roadworks. Sorry, can you hear me? And NZTA didn't fund the full request. They funded a little bit less. We've spent the money over the last 2 years to do the full request and haven't quite got there.
So were that resourcing to materialise from wherever it might come from, you're comfortable that we have the capacity to do that as well as everything else that we have in the capital work programme?
Absolutely.
Great, thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr Drew, could you just explain on page 65, under the three waters, the stormwater for private public watercourse flooding issues, how far that allocation will take us through the priority list?
So it's difficult to say because there's new priorities that pop up. So in the last few months.
Currently as it stands?
Yeah, so currently we have finished the construction of 2, partway through some others, and progressing detailed design of a few. So we're, at the moment we're probably in the first 5 of 30 on the list. We'd probably get towards 9 and 10 this allocation.
Thank you for that. And could I ask, it might be you, might be somebody else, on page 66, the word reprofile. What exactly is that mean? Reprofile? I've not heard it used before.
That's a nice way of saying how we change the timing.
Thank you. Change time.
We used, for a while we called it rephasing.
Yeah.
I noticed that it's now changed to reprofiling also. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Lord.
Yeah, look, I just had a question for Simon. It's just in view of the fact that this year, because of the lockdown and that, we've got behind in our CapEx budget. We were going pretty well for a certain while and now we've got behind. So how does it work? Does the unfinished share of the work from this year just become the front of next year, or how do we handle through that?
Accounting question.
So effectively what we've done, if I refer back again to the April financial report, we had underspent our CapEx by some $29 million. So there's been a lot of rephasing then, pushing stuff into the start of next year. So that's quite evident in the property particularly and biz areas, but also in Three Waters. Then obviously you have to be mindful that if you push stuff into the front end of the year, then obviously a little bit of stuff has to move at the back end of the year into the following year. So it's just about it's that reprofiling to ensure that we can deliver the work.
Is there sufficient time to catch up, and like, is this an optimistic, I mean it is a very optimistic budget, 128 million of CapEx. It will be our biggest year if we do it. Is it achievable?
Well, we've worked with all the group managers and they believe individually that it's achievable. So only time will tell, but certainly it is a very ambitious spend. Given that we're likely to hit 90 to 95 this year. Last year I think we were just over the 100.
Okay, thank you.
But that does build on several years of hard work to increase our capacity to deliver that capital project, those capital projects, and that backlog of repairs and maintenance. So we might not quite catch up on it, but we would certainly make inroads too. I'm pretty confident we've stepped up year on year now.
Yes, yeah, I do realise that. Yep, thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Further to my earlier question, Mr. Drew, if you had more resources in terms of money for that project that I just asked about, the private-public watercourse flooding issues, would we have the capacity to deliver more on that list? Because we had a submission during the annual planning hearings around the impact that was having on individual households.
Yeah, I think we could. My concern would be the market capacity to deliver. So 120 is, Councillor Lord's pointed out, is quite ambitious. And as C pointed out, we've got pipelines of work developed, and there's projects that are already in the pipeline that sort of been pushed forward. I personally think it'd be a big ask for our contracting market to go above and beyond what we've already done, and then we need to leave some headroom if the CIP funding is successful, because that'll add another dynamic onto the contracting market, and the CIP team are assessing contractor capacity in the market at the moment. So we've had quite a few discussions around trying to balance about what is achievable for Dunedin, and also leaving some headroom for CIP funding.
So given that comment, have you got capacity within the budget to achieve some quick wins, so that if there was a major weather event, you're not going to be behind the eight ball with some of those properties that have already suffered damage and would suffer further damage?
Yeah, I'd like to think we do. We wanted to get into that work just recently, but there have been a few priority water killer issues that weren't previously on the list that have popped up. And an example of that is the Carries Bay Hotel flooded recently, had flooding in the property, and so the team has been diverted to deal with some really urgent things on the West Harbour. So there is a plan to do some of that, but it's hard to say because these things are very dynamic.
Sure. And so my final question around that is, do you have very clear and regular communications with those property owners around where things are up to, and when and how this process is evolving?
Yeah, really good question, thank you. At the last annual plan, when that budget was set for this work, we had an update, and we have predominantly just been updating with the residents that where the work has started, but there are letters that are sort of ready to go to give an update to everyone on the watercourse list, subject to what council decides here today, which will provide further update for them.
Thank you.
Councillor Lord.
Yeah, just another question, Simon, and it's just in terms of the budgets between, say, Three Waters and Rodine. I see Rodine 69.3 million, Three Waters 26.7 in CapEx, and I'm just wondering, well, that's basically 2.5 times the Rodine budget to the Three Waters budget. Do you think, and I don't know the total value of those two assets, but is that about the right place, do you think? Are we spending enough in the desired places?
My understanding is the roadie one was 55. I thought 69 was...
Sorry, am I looking at the wrong place? Oh, sorry, year 55.
and
Okay, so it's just under double.
Yeah, and a couple of those numbers are made up from really big projects. So my memory is about not quite 20, but getting close to 20 in the Peninsula project. There's also the LED project, which is another 6 from memory. So the renewals budgets are pretty similar, and there's a few outliers that bump the transport project budget up.
So you're quite confident that we're spending enough in the Three Waters area to cover all our depreciated assets and
we're catching up on that. I mean, we could always spend more, but again, it's a function of growing capacity in the team. And as the CD said, we've been growing capacity all the time and capacity in the market. So what we're trying to do is create a pipeline of work that is building gradually over the years so that there's not these troughs and dips. And so we think we've got the balance, and we'll work on that even more for the long-term plan, that there is a good consistent spend that the market's looking for, and we can keep a pipeline of work that balances, but there is a need to invest more in our renewals in the Three Waters and transport space.
Councillor Benson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Drew, in paragraph 11, you, among other things, you refer to the link. The exact wording was city to waterfront connection, tertiary, city to waterfront, and those other cycleways like the next bullet point, the harbour link. Given the comment you made earlier about contractor capacity, you're confident that they're on site and the rest of it, and that will progress with the accelerated timeframe?
Which one? The cycleways?
The harbour cycle.
The harbour link work.
Yeah, well, the Dunedin urban cycleways and the link between East and West Harbour,
yeah,
that the detailed design is basically complete. We've got the contractor, and we can start that in the next, within the coming months.
Great, thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Worship. I'm going to touch back to the private-public watercourses and the remediation work that's going on there. Is it fair to say that some of these, well, is it, when we do the work there, do we transfer the ownership over back to the council when it's over?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that a lot of these private watercourses were put in long enough ago that they were coming near end of life?
Yes. Yep.
And some of them are quite complex to fix.
Yes, they're pretty much always on private property.
And so do you have a range, more or less, just, I know it's a harder question to ask right there and now, sort of between the top and the bottom cost range of those within 100,000-ish? Like, what's the most expensive thing we've ever done?
Oh, some of the more expensive ones are up at the $5 or $6 million to resolve.
And so when we're looking at the $30 million budget, how much of these now are starting to eat into the budget itself?
There's a separate budget line to resolve that issue until we have, or council have made a decision on whether we take all the assets on or we leave them in private ownership.
So it's not in the capital budget line set?
It is. It's under a separate line item called. It's under stormwater.
Oh, it's further down, but not on that Three Waters page 71 table. It's on page 73. Okay. I won't hold the meeting up any longer to look at it, but we are effectively looking though at a very big bill coming forward, aren't we? Capital expense as this stuff rolls forward.
Yeah, potentially, if we take on the ownership of what we currently define private assets.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Van der Vis.
I'm On page 66, item 11, Dunedin Urban Cycleways, it says that funding has been brought forward from future years to complete the Harbour Link project. How does bringing funding forward from future years square with simply maintaining levels of service? Aren't you increasing levels of service by bringing forward new cycleway developments?
Partly on that project, it was planned to be done already, and we haven't, and so we've had to pull budget forward to get it done. So I don't think we accrued it from years that we didn't spend it.
It says that funding's been brought forward from future years to complete the Harbour Link project. I'm just interested in staff understanding of what is maintaining a level of service when you're actually building new cycleways.
So I believe it's an existing level of service that was set up in the 10-year plan. All we're doing is again bringing money, moving the money between the years to allow us to deliver the project, given that it's in a design phase, a detailed design phase.
So you think it's appropriate to bring forward from future years, given the pressures of COVID-19 and everything else, to do that at this time, and you still call that maintaining level of service because it was something that somebody or that was decided was going to be done in the past?
The approval of the capital works program is in the hands of the meeting councillor, so...
Yes, which is why I wonder why there's so much here that goes what I would call beyond maintaining level of service. It's not maintaining a level of service to build new cycleways, in my view. It may be that it was something that was planned pre-COVID, but I would have thought that post-COVID we might have had a slightly different view. Never mind, to move on, under property, 14, page 67, it talks about reallocation of funding between projects or renewals and new capital. Does this mean that you've decided that some of the budget that was renewals is now new capital, or vice versa? Top of page 67, number 14.
Basically, what we're saying is that effectively what we've got in property is there's a large underspend in the current year, which again is flagged in the April report of about $7.5 million. It's likely for that to go to at least $8 million by the end of the year. So all we're doing is effectively carrying forward that work, because a lot of the projects are actually either spec'd or well underway. It's just that obviously with delays in getting the detailed designs completed, obviously we lost a month and a half through the COVID lockdown. So all we're doing is effectively just moving stuff into the next year.
But I'm wondering whether renewals, which is maintenance, and new capital, which would be capital spending, is that something that you've moved from one area to another?
No, that's probably just a language thing.
Okay, all right. Still on property, you've suggested that this massive change of $9.5 million, which you're now intending to spend in this budget, extra above what was planned, is because things were deferred from delays in planning and also a month and a half of COVID.
Yeah, so as I reported for the April report, yeah, we're currently $7.5 million underspent on that in the property portfolio.
Okay.
It's likely to go up by the time we get to the year end.
Given that property has been a massively increasing staff resource, we have put many, many more new people into property, and we are spending an awful lot more on property, are we getting commensurate returns from property for all this staff and capital and maintenance investment?
I believe we are.
Can you give us some idea of how many millions in extra returns we're getting from property this year, given the many millions of extra spending that's been involved? Ballpark would be fine.
But it's not about returns. We're at a position now, councillor, where we are maintaining our assets. We are upgrading our social housing. We are planning to, for example, re-roof the civic centre to stop leaks. We have a program of work that will ensure that the assets we do own are maintained adequately.
So is this massive spend largely a response then to a history of deferred maintenance?
Yes, it is. This is the last of the major departments for us to begin that, where we started with transport, then moved on to water. There's some work to do in parks and recreation and property, and what you're seeing is the spend which has been about redressing many years, decades probably, of deferred maintenance and starting to catch that up so that we're looking after the assets that we own on behalf of the ratepayer.
Given that we've spent at least the last 5 years looking at an annual doubling of the deferred maintenance estimates for Aurora, now running to $100 million a year, are we going to see the end of this deferred maintenance increase in property this year, or is it going to carry on in future years?
Every year you'll get to approve it, so the speed at which we do that is entirely within councillor control. But there has been a pretty consistent message to us, including led by you actually, to pick up the many years of deferred maintenance and to look after our assets so that we were not presiding over watching things basically slowly decay and not reinvest in them, and that's what we've done. We've managed to do that largely within the rates increases that the councillors have set, with some increase in debt, but within the rates limits and the debt limits that you yourselves set. So each time we'll come to you and you'll get to make that decision.
Thank you.
Just a question from me. Amongst the roading and footpaths capital budget, is that where we would find the current year's allocation of the current year's capital budget for the bridge connection project?
Yes.
So that is included in the $55.5 million in this.
Yes, there's some detailed business case study. There's an allocation for that.
What is do we know what the quantum of that is?
750,000.
750,000 is all that is in the
Yes,
current, in the next financial year's budget?
Yeah, page 75. Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Elder.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions. I'm just asking about actually the mode shift and transport to do with cycleways and in particular to Mosgiel through the tunnels. And I was just wondering where that sits in here, because I know there is budget and just where that sits.
So that sits in the urban cycleway budget and transport from memory.
Yep.
So that, I think from memory, $5 million is to do the urban cycleway link and also the preliminary designs and key rail negotiations for the tunnels trail.
Thank you. Now I've forgotten my second question.
I'll buy you some time.
Thank you, please.
Sorry, I forgot to mention at the start of this session that my plan will be to break briefly at 3 o'clock, and for the purposes mainly of staff and their preparedness after the marathon the other day. Assuming that we won't be finished this meeting today, we'll adjourn the meeting certainly before 5 o'clock at a natural break that occurs before that point, and then reconvene at 9 o'clock. Councillor Elder, have you recalled your query?
I do recall my question. Just related to some of that work is the Green Island treatment station, which I think is really important both for Mosgiel and also for the tunnels as well. Where's that at and what's the timeline for it?
Oh, now you challenged me. So yes, there's planning work for Green Island planned and being undertaken. I can't remember the exact budget line.
1.35 for next year.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
Gavin
1.3.
knows the budget's better than me.
I don't know. Page 72, councillor.
Oh, yep, got that. Yeah.
So there's a whole lot of system planning work that's been done for Green Island already, and working through flow and loads, which will all feed into detailed design for Green Island.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
I guess just following up that quickly, so looking at that budget, we're still looking 2023 and 2024 before you'd be spending significant amounts of money on the Green Island treatment station, so that's when the intended work. Is that when KV4 is going to get done as well? That's probably in a different budget item, but I think the relevant point there is that we can't really open up the Caversham Tunnel until this work's done, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they're all interconnected projects.
Now, I did find the relevant stormwater renewals at the moment. So I was talking about the total 30 million, but when we break it down to the stormwaters, I noticed that we don't have anything in there for private renewals.
It's called Stormwater New Capital Other, 3.5 million, which is the same budget that we set at last year's annual budget.
Oh, okay. So what does private stormwater renewals mean? It had 3.5 in it last year and nothing in it this year.
Yeah, it's because we've reprofiled that into, it's actually new
reprofiled
capital. Yeah, that's actually quite recategorised.
I congratulate you on your reprofiling.
Because effectively it was never a renewal because it was never our asset in the first place. So the decision, when we looked at it in hindsight, we decided it's actually new capital from the point of view of the council.
That's good, so people can take comfort in the fact we haven't just stopped spending on it. And I assume that the item above the Mosgiel stormwater pump stations and network, the spend last year of 5.2 million was the Reed Ave pumping station?
Yes.
And is that still on budget with 1 million put in this year?
That's probably going to be reprioritised, to use an accounting term.
Okay. Has it been allocated?
No, not allocated. No, so we'll provide council with a further update on that project. There's been some further work done on it.
So do you think that could change the Three Waters budget, or will it be an allocation out of another component of the Three Waters?
Yes, it'll just be reprofile.
You'll reprofile it.
Probably for the benefit of elected members, what we'll do prior to the June meeting where you do the final approval, we will update these budgets to reflect information that's to hand at that point in time. So obviously we'll have an idea of what we've spent in May against some of these projects and recognising that there may be some slippage between this year and next year. So we'll do that as part of that final approval in the end of June.
Excellent, thank you.
And a glossary. Councillor Raddick.
What is the potential CIP alleviation of the 125?
The CIP would be on top of the 125.
Right, so we'd still at the 125, it'd just be extra stuff.
And not necessarily all in the financial year coming. It might be over 2 or 3.
Right, so that would provide us with some alleviation in future budgets.
Well, the message from government is reasonably clear that they don't expect us to take money from the government and then reduce our budgets. They see this as complementary to our budgets. They don't expect us to do a funding transfer from local funding. So I think if we were to see this as an opportunity to reduce future years' budgets, some people would be coming to have words.
Sure, but if we receive that funding in this budget, we could bring other items in. Yes?
Say that again?
Well, we could bring other items in if that CIP funding.
The CIP items are the other items that would be brought in on top of our capital budget as proposed.
So, it doesn't have to be shovel-ready, they must be scheduled already.
Yes, but so that we get CIP money where we have a partial contribution in the budget and the CIP money goes on the top of that to fully fund the project.
Yes.
So it doesn't let us take any money out.
No, so I'm not suggesting taking any money out, I'm just saying, that we could then bring other projects in from other future planned projects going forward, could we not?
And increase the budget further?
No, just maintain the budget, but do more things earlier. Surely that would be a benefit of the CIP funding.
So I'll use the Peninsula Widening Project as an example. So currently we have the funds to take the cycleway to Portobello. We've applied for funding from the government to take it all the way to Harrington Point. So it's doing more, and so the CIP funding is about creating additional employment. So we still, government have been really clear, they still want us to do what we've always planned to do, and they will top things up, not top it up, that's a bad phrase, but they will provide additional funding to create additional employment.
So additional elements
So
on top of what we've already got planned.
Yes.
It's always extra stuff that we could do, we might like to do and haven't budgeted at this point.
Yes.
Yeah, so that, over the whole team.
Yes.
Just to get some clarity on that.
Your Worship, is it possible to ask people to put their microphones closer?
It is. I'm nervous because they all end up on the floor when people try and touch them. Councillor Vandervis can't spend all day picking them up. If people could lean in or adjust their microphones to make them more audible, that would be helpful. We don't have any further questions as far as I'm aware. Councillor Benson-Pope has indicated a willingness to move something.
I'll move the recommendation on page 64, namely that we approve the updated 18-19 to 27-28 capital expenditure budget for inclusion in the 2021 annual plan.
Seconded, Councillor Walker, thank you. Would you like to speak to it? Figures? Councillor O'Malley?
Just briefly saying that it's good to see us spending in this area now, but I suspect that when we go into the long-term plan, we're going to have to look back at this, especially in the Three Waters area, and ask ourselves whether or not we've actually allocated enough money for the next, say, 15 to 20 year horizon. Thank you.
Councillor Vandervis.
There is a delusion, as I see it, around the council table that capital expenditure spending doesn't really matter because it's something that's done on borrowed money. It doesn't immediately affect rates. It's not operational. And it's just something that we can just carry on doing at whatever rate we like, and we don't have to worry about it. I think that this is a view that could only be held by people that have never run a business, have never actually invested capital as expenditure, and simply don't realise that, unlike the real world, if you spend enormous amounts of money, especially when it's somebody else's, there will be consequences. And those consequences will fall directly to the people that are caught by the Rating Act. The Rating Act is what prevents the DCC from having a much worse Standard & Poor's rating in terms of our ability to carry on doing the things we're doing. The Rating Act captures all property-owning citizens of this city and basically holds them hostage to any kind of spending we want to carry out supposedly on their behalf. And it concerns me greatly that a great deal of the spending that we do is done not on behalf of ratepayers, but on behalf of minority groups, vested interest groups, and groups with, well, groups that you might call well-connected, rather than groups that actually promote the development of the city. If you look at the graph of our debt increase, if you look at our performance compared to other cities in New Zealand, and if you look at what we actually have now as a city in terms of facilities, the capital expenditure budgets, I don't believe, have for a long time now given us good value for money. I don't believe that a lot of the spending that we do, for instance, on roads is appropriate. I think it's absurd that the new signage that's gone up in the last few months on the side of the road that takes out 3 car parks and has a host of plastic sticky up things around them couldn't have been done much more cheaply and without losing any car park, simply by having a sign that went up and a bit sideways rather than plonked in the middle of a car park and taking the other 2 out. All of these kind of capital expenditure safety changes that the council undertakes are seen by most people that use the roads, most people that drive past them, as unnecessary and wasteful capital expenditure. The potential for this council to look hard at its capital expenditure and decide what is really necessary and what is simply wasteful seems to be zero. I don't see any rigorous looking at these capital expenditure budgets and saying, do we get real value for this? Is it really worth taking out 3 car parks every time we want to stick up a sign somewhere on a road? Is there a better way that these things could be done? Could we possibly get a cheaper toilet than $96,000 or whatever the base rate has been for a loo for a long time, given that on Trade Me these days you can buy a whole container fitted out with 2 toilets and hand basins for $5,900. When the DCC does it as one of their capital budgets, it's almost always somewhere around 100 grand. So the potential for managers to go back and look at all of these capital budgets and actually say, do we really need to spend this amount of money? Are these health and safety changes actually going to give us a health and safety improvement? I'm with Stephen Fry, who said famously that health and safety are the 2 most dangerous words in the English language. And we see that danger in these budgets that just keep going up and up and up, and I don't see any real value coming from a lot of the spending. I'm very pleased to see that we do have increased spending on 3 waters, which the Chief Executive has admitted has been woefully underspent for many, many years now. Great that we are finally getting drains that will work in South Dunedin, and I think just the cleaning of them
Your 5 minutes is up, Councillor.
That we no longer have the floods that we suffered back in 2015, costing us $175 million. Thank you for hearing me out, Your Worship.
Yeah, for the sake of efficiency, I chose not to interrupt you, but I don't know if I think it's out of order to refer to either elected members or staff as being delusional for holding an opinion different to your own, and I'd ask you to apologise and withdraw from that statement.
I apologise if that's what I said, what I thought I'd said, that it was my opinion that it appeared delusional.
Well, that's clearly your opinion, but
yes.
It's out of order, so would you
Oh
apologise?
no, I'm allowed to have an opinion, Your Worship.
No.
And in fact, that's what I'm paid to be here for, I would have thought. A representative opinion.
Councillor, apologise and withdraw from the statement, please.
I don't believe I made the statement, but if it's your words that I'm to withdraw from, I withdraw from them very, very easily. I don't believe I made them.
And the apology is forthcoming?
What did you want me to apologise for?
For referring to people with different opinions to your own as being delusional?
If that's what I said, I definitely apologise. I don't believe I said it.
Thank you. You did. Councillor Elder.
I was just commenting about some of the spending, in particular to do with cycleways. That actually attracts NZTA funding, and not only does it help with our health and well-being and the social livability of the city, but I can see that, in fact, looking at Mr. Steve Walker over there, that with electric bikes coming in on stream, that there will be a lot of mode shift onto electric bikes, and potentially that could actually save us a number of parking spots, because in fact, how long does it take to bike from Port Chalmers?
About 2 minutes.
What's that?
2 minutes.
Yeah. 2 minutes on his bike. So in fact, I see these as being a holistic kind of package. The Harbourside one getting 100% because it is a main highway. So I believe that these kind of spends not only make the city more livable, it also makes us actually healthier and reduces car parks, the need for car parks. So I'm looking forward to getting my electric bike back and doing all those rides and enjoying the views, but also, I think, reducing the need for parks.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to give a face to two of these projects to demonstrate that capital expenditure can make a huge impact on the citizens of this city. And the first one is one we heard about in the annual plan hearings, and we heard about the impact of flooding issues in a private-public watercourse and the incredible, huge impact emotionally, mentally and physically on a family. And that's repeated through that whole priority list. And so we're only going part of the way, and I do appreciate and understand the capacity issues, but these things do have an impact. And so the progress we can make on that particular piece of work, while I'd like to see it a whole lot more, I understand that we have limitations around that, and staff will be working very hard for some quick wins for some of those that are further down the list. I also want to mention another project and give a face to that, and that's one very dear to my heart, the Peninsula Connection. And perversely on Monday when I came out of my drive and turned left, I got very excited about the fact there were roadworks there, perverse as that may seem to you. Just yesterday, several of us had a letter from some folk who use that every day as it develops and will soon be finished to Portobello, and hopefully sometime soon we'll be attending a gala opening further down the peninsula if we get that shovel-ready money. But that project started as a safety improvement project, so I disagree wholeheartedly with my colleague, Councillor Vandervis, in that that safety improvement project has saved lives, and I can say that categorically from having picked people up from the bottom of my drive who've nearly been killed, as recently as earlier in the year when two little babies nearly drowned in an accident. So these things do have a face, and they do affect our community from a safety perspective, but also in terms of this project being a game changer for our city and having a positive impact. This is going to attract people, and already is, to our city. And when we think of domestic tourism, and we're about to launch a domestic tourism campaign for our city, we want people to come here and visit. It's going to help the economy. This is a project that will help deliver that attraction. So I totally disagree with Councillor Vandervis and the theme running through his argument, because I believe these projects will have a benefit to our citizens, and they do have a face and will affect individual families and people and groups within our community.
Thank you. I forgot to ask Councillor Vandervis, were you foreshadowing an alternative motion to the one that's on the table, and you're speaking against the proposal?
No, Your Worship.
No.
Okay. Long and bitter experience has told me that it's futile under the circumstances.
Thank you, Azuva, for making the effort. Further speakers. Councillor Lord.
Thank you. Yeah. Look, I would just say that when I came here in 2013, getting my age shown now, but I think some of the capital budgets in those years were things like $30 million, and we'd spend 9 or 13 of it, maybe 16. There was a clear indication that we hadn't spent anything like enough on CapEx. I am happy to approve a budget like this. I don't know, my skills don't tell me if this is the right ratio between Three Waters or property or community and planning, but this is what we have a chief executive and senior staff for, that they can hash these things around and make their decisions and see what comes to the top in terms of priority. But, when I look at this and I see $31 million on Three Waters and think that a few years ago we spent $16 million in total right across the board, I'm really quite excited to see that we are not being guilty of what we growl about our companies not doing, which is failing to spend in Aurora and those sorts of things. So I think it is most important that we do these things, and look, I don't think we want to break it down to car parks or sharrows or arrows or darts on the road, but what I think is that our city is already attracting interest. People already tell me, hey, I haven't been to the city for 10 or 15 years, and this is quite different to what I remember. So I think while individuals may not like some aspects of this, and there's probably things there that I could criticise if I was looking for criticism, there's a lot of things I can be very thankful for and happy about, so I would support this.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I just want to say I'm delighted we're spending more money on infrastructure. I mean, I campaigned around infrastructure going on and on saying, and it is true, you know, we really needed to spend more, and I'm delighted, so thank you.
Councillor Wiley?
Yeah, I will also support this. You know, again, based on where we're at the moment, timing is everything. And when you look at the budgets, the one thing that stands out to me is that I see a lot of words where it calls upgrades and renewals. And I think those are the two key things that stand out to me, is we are upgrading or renewing. And I'd hate to be in a city that is not investing in infrastructure. And as Councillor Lord just said, we used to see a lot of these budgets come through and a lot of these plans and stuff of what we were potentially going to spend. My actual question to a point was, are we spending enough? And when we're at this time and potential of the economy going forward, if there was anything I'd like to see us do is spend more. And so I think the one thing that I think we're missing in this whole time of doing this annual plan is I'd love to see the government step up and tell us what they're actually going to do with shovel ready, so we could have dovetailed into and worked with them to achieve. Where we're working along with the premise of not knowing what they're thinking and trying to read their minds and say, how can we do the best for our community? So I think that's the key part. The other thing is, I don't see any bad spending. I might be naive, I might be missing something, but I really, of all the papers, I went through this several times last night just to double check, I don't see any bad spending. So I'll leave it at that and I'll support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Reddick?
Yes. So I support this budget. And I see, I mean, clearly the majority of the budget is on those critical infrastructure items, three waters, roading and footpaths, and then reserves as well, but quite a bit on property. So I think it's all for the advancement of the city, and it, whilst it's easy enough to pick some nits in little areas, I think it would be just that, nitpicking, and I think it's an appropriate budget for a city of our size and for directions. I do support it.
I've got nothing further to add to this, except... Councillor?
Sorry, I was just going to ask if there was more we could do.
Councillor, we're in debate.
Oh, okay. Maybe South Dunedin would be good.
Councillor?
Okay.
I just find it remarkable that in the context of this debate, we have people putting forward the view that our residents are being held hostage by the Rating Act, which is pretty close to the tired libertarian trope of taxation as theft. And I think, again, demonstrates the wide range of ideologies and values that are being brought to this debate, and are welcome, because that's how the democratic process works. Councillor Benson-Pope, your right of reply.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd just like to comment on two sets of comments, really. Those from Councillor O'Malley, first of all, during the debate, in respect of the rejigging on an ongoing basis of these budgets. That is part of the normal process, as I recall it, and what has happened now may well in due course be modified as timing of contracts or the eventuality of other work and so on requires, and people should expect that. I think this is a totally appropriate response to what the situation is. The second thing is, in terms of particular comment about the effect of some of these capital works, I just wanted to follow up briefly the comments that Councillor Geary made about the extraordinary change and positive change that is associated with the safety works and improvements, in particular on the eastern side of the new Dunedin North electorate. If you're with me. I had opportunity with a visitor on a couple of occasions last week to explore further, and I have to say that my own assessment of the value of that work, which I've heard about from plenty of residents as well as the resident Deputy Mayor, is that it is one of the most important improvements in infrastructure for this city in decades. And I think not only the quality of the workmanship is to be absolutely commended, but the amount of usage that it is getting from the wider community, not just nearby residents, is extraordinary. One of my visits to a constituent who was complaining about something a weekend ago was at 7 o'clock in the morning, and it was extraordinary even at that time of the day how many people were out using the shared path, cycling and or walking. And I think you criticise that investment and those developments at your peril, whoever you might be, because they are not only necessary and long overdue, but they're strongly welcomed by the wider community. And in fact, they will be, I'm sure, recognised as one of the key things that this council has done. So I don't wish to whistle to anyone in the community about what's happening with capital projects. They will always be a bit of a moving feast in terms of their timing. There will always be difficulties around finding contractors, particularly in the current environment, who can deliver and deliver within the sort of budgets that we allocate, and that's just part of an ongoing challenge in an active, growing city like our own.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against?
No. Recorded, please.
Move a division, please.
Take the vote by division.
Councillor Barker? Aye. Councillor Benson-Pope?
Aye.
Councillor Elder? Aye. Councillor Gary? Aye. Councillor Hall?
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan?
Aye.
Councillor Lefiso?
Aye.
Councillor Lord?
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley?
Aye.
Councillor Raddick?
Aye.
Councillor Staines? Aye. Councillor Vandervis?
No.
Councillor Walker?
Aye.
Councillor Wiley?
Yes.
Your Worship.
Aye.
Carry 14.
Carried 14-1. Thank you. Item 10, Community Board discretionary funding.
I need to move.
Oh, can I, Ms. Graham, if you have a moment. Had a query from one of our council appointees on the community board as to whether or not they would be advised to sit back from this item or not.
Sorry,
Community board discretionary funding is the item.
yes. Yes.
Still count as quorum. So the advice from staff is that
Just the,
appointees to the community boards should sit back from this.
only those that, actually probably, let me just think about it for a minute. Councillor Raddick needs to. The others one, no, because this wasn't part of most of the community board submissions, so they're probably fine.
So only councillors where they helped craft the submission and this was a recommendation in the submission need to sit back because they can't both make it a submission and then make a decision on whether to accept that submission.
Yep.
So accordingly you can make up your own minds depending on the involvement you had.
If you have one.
Councillor Walker, Councillor Wiley, Councillor Raddick.
I'm in.
Us sitting back? Okay.
Are we? Is that what's happening?
No,
You don't have to, it's up to you.
Did you help?
No.
Questions of,
Just a question.
one moment, councillor, we get
Okay.
questions. So that's been dealt with. It's fairly self-explanatory, the report. No comments from staff by way of introduction, no. Questions, councillor Elder.
Just a question about this process and people sitting back. This community board discretionary funding is just about unspent funds. So should councillors have to sit back for that?
I can answer that. Some boards, and I'm not as familiar with all of the board submissions as I might be, but some of the boards have asked for this in their submissions potentially.
Oh.
And if the councillors were involved in drafting those submissions on this point, then they do need to sit back because they can't both submit and then judge that same submission.
Okay, thanks for that. Thanks for
Councillor Vandervis.
I'm just wondering if someone could perhaps enlarge on the inability that boards have had to fully spend, it should be spend I suppose, to fully spend their allocated discretionary funds in the 19-20 financial year. The fact that they've usually been able to spend them in the past and that we've had a month and a half out, I'm not convinced that these significant underspends are just a result of COVID.
So, if I may, the boards were unable to meet formally during lockdown, and the first meetings for many of them are not until June. So that means they haven't had a legally constituted meeting where they can make decisions on funding. That's one thing. Many of them also have their funding requests set so that they make those decisions toward the end of the financial year. At the same time, many of the groups within their community who apply for funds from the boards have been unable to meet because of the lockdown. And so it's been a combination of factors.
So just to clarify, it's actually fairly usual for them to confirm their spending toward the end of the year, and that's when the COVID problem hit.
Many of them, or they just haven't been able to progress the processes that they each have. They all have. What's the word? I can't remember. But a procedure for how the fund is managed, board by board, and an auditing requirement for that, and it hasn't been able to be met for this. I've taken a pretty firm line that we don't normally carry over these funds to encourage boards to spend them each financial year, but this is an exceptional circumstance, and we have, in discussion with the boards and the Chief Executive, agreed that this is a reasonable approach this time.
Okay, thank you for helping me change my mind on this one.
Councillor Gary.
Ms Graham, can you just clarify, so they have meetings in June, some of them, will they be able to spend at that meeting?
Potentially, but it will depend. It will depend board by board, and so this gives them an ability not to make decisions without adequate information, for example.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And Your Worship, I'm happy to move this motion when the recommendation, when the time comes.
Councillor Lord's indicated a willingness to
beg
move
your
it. I'll
pardon.
probably second it, but thank you for that anyhow. Just picking up on that comment, Ms Graham, I know that there had been an effort at some point to try and standardise the grants process across the community boards. You're suggesting that they remain somewhat bespoke?
Yes, but the communities they represent are not uniform, and so they've designed them in a way that is robust, so they all have very good processes now, but designed to meet the needs of the communities that they represent.
That's all. Thank you for that. Councillor Barker.
My question's been asked, thank
you. Thank you, sorry. Councillor Elder.
No, I was in a race to move, so I was beaten soundly.
Councillor O'Malley, do you have a question?
Yeah, it is a question. Just a clarifying question that follows up Councillor van der Vis's. Have these boards in the past failed to spend their budget before the end of the year?
Yes.
Oh, really? Which ones?
West Harbour.
Sorry, I'll take that back. I mean, I'll speak to it.
I've seen it happen. It's always sad. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Worship. Yes, actually, I had a similar question because I was wondering if some of the boards don't regularly spend all their budget, if some of the ones that have a bigger population might be able to maybe pick up some of that discretionary fund that doesn't always regularly doesn't get used if they're a smaller area.
Council allocates the budget, a uniform $10,000 per board. What I would say is, since the introduction of guidelines and a reasonably firm position on the ability to carry forward, most boards do spend their money in their own communities each year.
Right. Thank you.
Councillor Lord, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, look, absolutely. Look, I think it's no fault of the community boards that they've missed, a lot of them have missed 2 meetings, I believe, and they're not going to get them in before June, and I think it would be just appropriate to let this money carry over. I do think probably what I would say is when the next $10,000 goes into their account, assuming we agree to that $10,000 to all the boards, I would I mean, particularly we've got boards that are going to have close enough to $16,000 to spend, and maybe it would be a time that they could really look at their spending processes, and rather than see it as a slush fund to throw about, that they could see that the projects they are investing in through their board areas were particularly worthy of all the members of the community and quite beneficial. That would be something that would be nice to see. But also note the point that Councillor Houlihan made. Some boards have got, 600 or 700 people in them, some have got several thousand, and it probably does seem a wee bit unfair in some ways, that amount, but unless we want to address that issue, it's separate. So look, I think it's only fair and reasonable.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I think probably the use of the word slush fund is really unfortunate, because my experience of this project fund is that it's particularly well used and we get a great bang for our buck in terms of this. So it's often used as seed funding. There are youth scholarships and lots of community projects where there are a number of volunteers in the environmental area particularly that are partially funded through this. It's only ever a small amount that is given, really are large amounts given, but boards are able to use them for board-led projects, and I believe the money is particularly well spent. In fact, I would like to see it increased at some future time. And I see the fact that our community boards are going to have more in the next financial year to be able to address the needs in their communities using their local knowledge, and whether it be community board-led projects, which is part of the brief, or the applications of community groups within their community board areas. And we have already acknowledged there's going to be need. This is another part to addressing and targeting the need in our community. So I would really encourage colleagues to see this as a positive, and that community boards will act responsibly in that regard, and I have no doubt they will.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, definitely post-COVID, I think community boards play a very special role where we tend to have a closer connection to the communities and know a bit more about what's happening. And I think it's at those grassroots areas that we might be able to fill in some of those gaps where people wouldn't get funding for maybe hardship, that they might be able to get some funding through that, or some community projects that could help. And I would love to see community boards like West Harbour and Mosgiel get a bit more funding, because they're a lot larger with more population. That's a personal view, but thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have stayed at the table because I wasn't actively involved in my community board making their plan, although Alistair Morrison, the board chair, did bring this up at a meeting. I would actually like an Auditor General's opinion on this, because I thought our job was act as facilitators between the council and the community board, rather than acting in the interests of the board. And if we are to sit back at certain times, then our ability to act as facilitators would be hampered. So I'd like an opinion on that, basically. And the reason I can speak for the Waikato Coast, this money was not spent, is entirely COVID-19. They always finish the budget at zero. And in terms of the population base, there's many more than $10,000 worth of requests come our way from the community, and we pay a lot of attention to the diversity of the people that we fund. So I think community boards play a great role, and I'm thanking staff for acknowledging this is a one-off, single-year exception brought about by exceptional circumstances.
Thank you. Councillor Lofisol.
Thank you, Your Worship. For me, this is a no-brainer. From my experience, having worked for a place-based project in Brockville, I came to the conclusion after a few months that every community, no matter how well its residents are, needs the resources to employ people who are on the ground, in touch with the people, and ensuring that need to be met. So to me, community boards are place-based, and I'm really proud that we have a place-based funding scheme, as well as considering, hopefully, raising community board discretionary funding. So I'd just like to thank the mover and the potential movers. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lord?
No, I think it's all been said.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Have it by division.
Aye.
We'll take it by division.
Councillor Barker?
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope?
Aye.
Councillor Elder?
Aye.
Councillor Garrett? Aye. Councillor Hall?
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan?
Aye.
Councillor Lefiso?
Aye.
Councillor Lord?
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley?
Aye.
Councillor Raddick? Oh, sorry, apologies. Councillor Staines? Councillor Vandervis?
Aye.
And your worship.
Aye.
Motion is carried. 11. Oh, big pardon, 11.
Unanimous.
Yes, it's unanimous.
Glorious unanimity. Welcome. Item 11, commuter rail feasibility study. I was waiting for staff to materialise. Ms Benson, welcome. Mr Drew, standing up. I have a question to start with. In paragraph 12, it speaks to the duration of the feasibility study as being 6 to 8 weeks. I'm interested in the duration it would take to do the work outlined in the paragraph above, the wider Otago Southland piece. How long would that take?
I think that would possibly extend it by about another 2 months because you'd need to get some significant data on freight volumes.
Thank you, that's helpful. Questions? Councillors? Councillor Vandervis.
This proposed $75,000, is this resource going to be used by staff, or is it anticipated that you're going to get consultants to do this?
So the proposal was to essentially use staff to do the infrastructure costings because that's essentially just a conversation with KiwiRail, and then potentially external consultants for the demand piece of the work.
So it would be a mix of...
Yeah,
So
a mix of staff and consultants, yeah.
now, given that very often in the past staff costs haven't been calculated, in fact they're often discounted as not being a cost even, is the $75,000 going to include the time and resource that our own staff put into it, or is this $75,000 going to be for the extra consultant costs?
No, it includes the staff costs.
It will include the staff costs as well, so they will be calculated in this case. Okay. The business of passenger movement has in the past been legally restricted to just the Otago Regional Council. So it's only recent law change that actually allows this to happen at all. How are you intending to get the background and experience from the Regional Council in moving passengers around, because it is their business? How are you going to get that to come into this, given that they're inextricably linked?
That would definitely have to be a conversation with the Otago Regional Council in parallel to this study.
So would it be our staff that we're dealing with the ORC on this, or would it be the consultants, or both?
Staff.
It would be staff. Okay. All right, no, that clarifies that. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to follow up on Councillor Vandervis's question because I think it's pertinent given that we're in a budget meeting and we need to determine what the implications are of these projects on our budget. So of the 75k that is required to do this, or the 100k that would be required to do the other, how much of that would be an accounting cost, if you like, i.e. staff wages that are already accounted for in other budget lines? How much of it would have to sit in a separate line?
So of the 75,000, the piece of work that's needed to do the infrastructure costing would probably only equate to 15 to 20% of the total cost. The bulk of the cost is in doing the modelling and understanding whether consulting with the public over this proposal.
So 20% of 75k is
Yep.
15,000. So the line that would, the money that would need to be assigned to this particularly would be 60,000. Or is it the other way around?
No, staff costs would only be 15 to 20%.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. So the
Yep.
60k would be what would be required on
Yes,
top of that.
sorry, yes,
Yeah, that's fine.
sorry.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley?
Your Worship, I've got a couple of questions. Well, actually, I'll follow up on Councillor Vandervis's one. Would Connecting Dunedin be the venue through which we would be working with the ORC and the DCC on this? Or would this be just a direct staff-to-staff thing because time is of the essence?
I'm sorry, Councillor, could you repeat that question?
Sorry, Connecting Dunedin is the governance and operational body that where the three organisations that are involved with transport meet. Would we work through the Connecting Dunedin platform to do this, or would this be a direct DCC ORC communication?
No, we absolutely would work through that body. That's what it's there for, and in the long run we would anticipate government part funding if we were to go ahead with this. So that's absolutely the body we would need to use.
Thank you. The current model that we're looking for in this particular item is that the trial will be done with Dunedin Railways rolling stock. Is that correct? And is that coming up? Are we specifically looking at that now at this moment in time because of obviously the RMTU submission, but effectively the fact that Dunedin Railways rolling stock is currently not in use?
That's correct.
And then if that rolling stock becomes in use again in the future, that would probably change the whole environment as to whether we would use their rolling stock to do this. In other words, if someone wants to come in and start a tourism operation again and start taking those trains all over the South Island type thing.
Potentially.
And I want to ask you a question about timeline and need to execute. It would be fair to say there has been some discussion around this already, and at the moment the line between Mosgiel and Dunedin has no double line anywhere, right? And so if there are freight movements on that line, it becomes more and more difficult to put anything else in there. Is there a time where the freight movements get to a point where it may be almost impossible to put any other train in there?
Yes, so the freight movements go back into their peak as of September, and that runs through until June. And that would be at the time that it would become extremely complicated to put a passenger service through there with the current infrastructure.
So without any change in the infrastructure in terms of the track infrastructure and signalling, we really are talking June, July and August, and that's the only time you could run one of these.
That's correct.
And under this model it would have to be the Dunedin rail stock, which is only available right now, potentially at this moment. So that would mean then, if it was to be a 6-week trial, it has to be done by the end of August, it would have to start by mid-July.
Yes.
Which means we're running into an extremely tight timeframe. Would you agree?
Absolutely, yes. Very, very, very difficult.
Would this report be able to come to us in time for us then to act on, after we waited for the report to get here, to then have the first train run by the mid-July?
I'm going to have to be honest with you, Councillor, no.
Which then raises the question, if this report is around using Dunedin rail stock in this model, in this particular moment in time, and waiting on the report, getting in is going to mean we're not going to be able to do it anyway, is there any point, and this point is actually now for the rest of us to think about in debate, so it's a rhetorical question, don't answer it. Is there any point in doing the study?
I'll allow it.
And therefore, if this money was reallocated, could you potentially use it if it was not used, it will obviously cost us money to do the bigger study, which was the one that came forward in the December resolution of the impact of rail in general on transport, which actually is a much wider study because it's freight and people. Do you potentially think that maybe that might be a better spend? Well, actually, again, for the rest of us.
That's a question for staff, Councillor.
So, I think I've pretty much got to the nut of this, which is that it's unlikely that this report is going to be able to advise us in time to be of any use to it, and if we depend on it going forward, then it will come too late if we aren't able to go forward. And even if we didn't have this report, which is, there'll be a matter coming later in terms of requests for spending, if we were to go out of what station would we go out of? Because I've been using the term Mosgiel, but I'm suspicious now that some people are thinking Wingatua Station as opposed to Mosgiel Station.
So the RMTU submission had the Mosgiel station, assumed their Mosgiel station.
I went and had a look there the other day. Are you aware that there's no good road access to the shunting yards, which would be the park and ride option, because you can't turn in from Gordon Road and the Ofero stream cuts the whole boundary line in the other direction?
Yes, I am.
So would you then agree that there's probably some engineering issues that we face as well that might make this whole timetable difficult?
Most definitely with the park and ride option. Most definitely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's all very helpful. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, that was my concern too, that the capacity for the line could be an issue with freight, which clearly it is come July. If we were to have the 2 lane, if we're going to look at this as a serious option for the future, which I'd love to see, what sort of budget are we talking to have a 2 line, from Dunedin to Mosgiel?
I don't really think I can make that assessment just yet, Councillor. That was going to be part of that piece of work in the document.
Okay, well that would be good to know. So perhaps for that reason it might be good to move forward with it. Thank you so much.
Just on that, thank you. So the report that Councillor O'Malley referenced that was asked for at the end of the last calendar year, November or December, that is the same as the report that is suggested in paragraph 11 of this report, but it's currently unfunded. Okay. So regardless of the resolution we passed last year, unless funding is put into next year's budget, that work won't happen under existing budgets.
My understanding is that it is unfunded, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Vanivers. Councillor Vanivers.
Oh, sorry, are we in question time or speaking?
Yes, questions.
I've had my questions, thank you.
That's fine. So, further questions. Councillor Reddick.
Question. So not only is, currently there's only that 3-month window to run this trial, which we can't make. But if we wanted to do anything with rail, whether it's freight or passengers in the future, there would still only be that 3-month window unless we double track the route.
Unless we put additional infrastructure in, yes.
Or another 3 months.
Ask the next question, but you've already answered it. We don't want to answer it, so that's fine.
Or the same 3-month window in the next calendar year.
Yes.
Councillor Elder.
Thank you, Chair. Along those lines of getting people from Mosgiel to Dunedin, presently the feasibility study potentially looks at rail, but if you're looking at feasibility studies for moving people, should you not also look at maybe the impact of opening all the tunnels and people cycling, and also the impact of buses being potentially $2 and increasing the numbers of people on passenger buses?
This report is a response to a very specific request by Council to look at a feasibility study into a commuter rail pilot. I mean, obviously the wider transport network is relevant, but that's not what Council asked for. That's why it's not in this report.
Okay, so, but when we came to decision making, we would want to have the comparative costs of other options to make good choices.
Yeah, I would assume that kind of ground would be traversed in that work, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Reddick.
Could I ask, what is the short list of key infrastructure required to double track in order to have, Port Chalmers to Mosgiel?
So for discussion was Mosgiel to Dunedin. Essentially it's about 1.2 kilometres worth of track and signalling in rail speak a passing loop.
Yes, but there's no problem with tunnels or anything like that?
No.
The RMTU submission wasn't asking for a feasibility study, it was making it laid out what they saw as what a pilot would look like. So do you have any feedback on how robust that proposal is in terms of whether that would be something, so if the proposal exists, then we could get that up and running in that 3-month window, but is the suggestion that it isn't as rigorous as it would need to be?
The RMTU proposal was very robust. They had actually discussed the actual real running costs of that trial. So yeah, I had full faith that they'd put a robust proposal up.
And the attendant, because their budget is 250,000, that's what they're suggesting?
Correct.
So were there to be that money in the budget for next year from the 1st of July, it could operate within that 3-month window?
Potentially, I think the only thing that wasn't factored into the RMTU proposal was the consideration for the park and ride at Mosgiel.
Right, thanks. Councillor O'Malley?
Yeah, I just want to check then. So in their proposal though, David, what was the cost of the rolling stock? We were quite used to have seen that proposal, but what was the cost of the rolling stock? Because obviously at the moment we would expect it to be minimal or free, and obviously if this time next year if we've only mothballed and it isn't dead, someone will own that stock next year and presumably will no longer be free. So did they cost it into the 250,000, or will it be more if there's stock on top?
So the costs that the RMTU considered as part of their proposal were staff, fuel and track access charges for that Kiwi Rail would charge. So the rolling stock was considered essentially free.
Right, so we'd have to include, by this time next year, we'd have to include leasing that rolling stock likely?
Potentially.
Councillor. A sharp intake of breath, Councillor Raddick.
Yes, I don't quite understand the difference between 75 for us and 250 for them.
This is asking for a feasibility study. The RMTU proposal is for the pilot itself.
Right.
This is asking for what it would cost to write up a proposal. Hence my question, if the proposal already exists, is there a need for this?
No, that explains it.
Yeah.
The pilot running on versus the feasibility study.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley? You're moving something?
Move it, yep. I would actually move that we do not fund this.
Do you have a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Lord. Sorry, Councillor Vandervis.
It's all right, there's a whole line of this.
Would you like to speak to it, Councillor O'Malley?
Yes, I would, thank you, Your Worship. Obviously, this is not the kind of thing I'd be wanting to move. The proper process that we would follow if we were going to go into a trial, and that is why the December resolution was passed, is that we would need to do a proper consultation on it. We would go to our own annual plan and our long-term plan. We would be involved in the ORC's regional land transport plan and their regional public transport plan. And in fact, that was the mechanism that was going forward in terms of what are we going to do, how are we going to understand this service. And that's why I moved that resolution in December, so as to advise our long-term plan of the role of rail. Between December and now, the great COVID-19 has hit, and one of the impacts of that was Dunedin Railways has been mothballed. That allowed an opportunity for the least cost, for the lowest cost, to run a trial, and it seemed worth investigating whether or not we could get it done now in time, so that before the freight demands meant it couldn't be run, i.e. before September 1st, we could actually get a sense in real numbers by people getting on a train as to what the community desire to have this service was. This was a one-off opportunity, because I don't believe that by this time next year that rolling stock will be available, and then we'll be talking at a much more expensive proposition. I believe that it would be better maybe for this time next year, in time of June next year, and I know it's outside that budget, so we'd now be pushing everything on 1 year, to have this rolled into the bigger study for the whole of rail, because it needs to be put into the context of the whole lot together. The capital upgrades required in the track and in the signalling are too great to be justified, in my opinion, and I don't think anybody's going to disagree with me, are too great to be justified in passenger transport alone. However, the Regional Land Transport Plan already has on it the formation of an inland port at Melbourne, north of Milton. That's been taken up by some politicians, and I know certainly Mark Patterson of New Zealand First is very keen on getting that funded. If an inland port there is built, there is an expectation there will be upgrades in the track, and those upgrades we would then be looking to have at least one running loop put in there so that we could then effectively move different movements inside the current rail corridor. If that's the case, then I would recommend that we don't even think about doing this trial until those track upgrades have been done. And that means that we are at least 12 to 18 months away before doing that, which means then we're coming back into the normal time frame of the normal public consultation process that we should be doing in order to move this thing forward properly. To me, I would have liked to have tried this, and if we had maybe started it a month ago, we might have been able to fit it in, but I think we're just getting a bit too tight to try it. I know that the RMTU may still have another opinion that we should go forward with it, but this study in and of itself, I don't think would make much difference to the decision of whether we would go forward with the other plan, because there is an actual feasibility study being done right now by the RMTU, which we could use to influence our thinking anyway. So I kind of feel that this particular study would not be an effective use of council resources and council money, because I don't think it's going to give us an outcome that we wouldn't have otherwise come to ourselves one way or the other without spending the $75,000. And instead, what I would hope that we will do is that we will come back to that December resolution and make sure that maybe if it is not funded properly, maybe consider it in the funding. I had a feeling, given that it's already made it into the annual plan consultation document, there is obviously some work that's gone on, even if it's only to get public opinion on it. I don't want this to be the end of the concepts of commuter rail, but I think we're just going to have to take a realistic step at it and say that time was not on our side, and that as much as this pains me to probably have to tell the RMTU that I've changed my position on this, that it's just not going to be a goer, so therefore I don't think doing a study would make it become one. Otherwise, I'd say do the study.
Just seeking some clarification from you, Councillor. The motion is that no money is put into the feasibility study, which is what is before us, but you seem to be arguing that we should do the larger work instead, but we've been told by staff there isn't budget to do the larger work instead. So are you moving that instead?
If there's no budget for the larger work, then maybe I would like to move a different resolution then, that this money be moved to fund the resolution that was passed in December.
Okay. So that would, to the tune of?
No less than 75,000. I'd say to the tune of more likely 150,000 at that point. It's a much bigger study.
Okay. We'll get to it when we get to it.
I think the issue is, Your Worship, that basically the commuter rail in itself should not be a standalone thing if we're talking about strategic investment from the city and for the ORC. The only reason that this has come to us now is because of unusual circumstances with the closing of the Dunedin railways. I was not aware that that resolution was unfunded, so that's why I wasn't really thinking of it at the moment until.
But it might be tidy just to leave this as it is and then deal with that possibly as a subsequential motion.
Yeah, we could do that later in the process. So right now, I think I would just recommend that we do not fund this study.
Thank you, Councillor Vandervis.
I'd like to support Councillor O'Malley's enlightened view that we don't support this $75,000 funding. The funding was for a feasibility study into commuter rail, and without doing the study at all, I believe that there are enough facts on the table, and they've been on the table for a long time, to show that commuter rail has never been and is not going to be especially post-COVID, feasible. The fact that passenger transport has long been the business of the ORC, and it's up to them basically to provide most of the information that we need, and that they've shown absolutely no interest and don't have any future interest from what I understand from ORC councillors, is part of the issue. But the real issue is that viable passenger rail is only possible with very large populations, very large concentrated populations, and we don't have them in the South Island. We haven't had, and we're not going to have in the foreseeable future. Other absolutely death to this idea facts are that we can't expect Kiwi Rail to stop running its freight services at a time when we would want to have peak passenger rail. So that basically tells you that not only do we not have the people required to make this viable, we don't have the line access either. The fact that there's not sufficient parking anywhere near the Mosgiel station, and anyone who goes to that industrial area of Mosgiel on a regular basis knows that parking's at a premium there. And the idea that we could somehow jam 300 or 400 car parks into that area for a park and ride, simply fanciful. The idea that people would actually, from Mosgiel, would actually drive to their station for 2 or 3 minutes and then wait up to half an hour to get to their destination in Dunedin, when they can zoom over the hill on a motorway with virtually no stoplights and get there in 5 minutes at virtually no cost. To me, that again was an entirely fanciful proposition. Why would people drive to Mosgiel railway station, wait for a train, pay to get on a train, or even not pay to get on a train, but wait for a train to take them to one destination only in the middle of town and not have the convenience of their car there? I mean, that is a scenario that could only happen if the dream of excluding all car parking in the centre of the city was actually completed. And we're on that road, but I don't think we're there yet. The track upgrades that Councillor O'Malley hopes for in the loop that might make this possible in the future, I don't believe will make it feasible in the future either. And the reason for that is that Kiwi Rail are only going to increase the number of freight movements on their rail line. In a consent hearing in which Kiwi Rail presented over a year or so ago that I was involved in, a few years ago that I was involved in, they were talking about the possibility of upping the number of freight movements by a very significant amount along that line. Again, meaning there is no room on the line, even with a loop, for passenger rail. The idea that we could somehow have free rolling stock, to me, is utterly fanciful. It's like saying free buses exist somewhere and someone else is happy to pay for them. Rail rolling stock is extraordinarily expensive, both to maintain and to run. The idea that we could just fund staff, fuel and access and assume that all the rest of it, the rolling stock, would be free, again, completely fanciful. So none of the issues that I have brought up is an issue that can be changed by us. None of it is possible to make the passenger service between Mosgiel and Dunedin feasible now or in the future.
30 seconds, Councillor.
And therefore, this realisation that this feasibility study actually is not going to work now, I believe is further to that it was never going to work and that it never could. And it's a sad reality. I love trains myself. I've played with them since I was a kid. I got a full Markland set.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor O'Malley.
The assumption that this is a toy is in effect a degrading statement. So I'm wanting to make a point of order that I've been insulted. No, I can't remember the exact point. I can't remember what standing orders which that it is, but it is using degrading, insulting language, I believe is the term. because I am talking about a transport need where the trains would not fit into Mr Van der Vis's bedroom, and therefore comparing them to toys is reducing it below the level of the argument. Otherwise, I'll have to put up with the toy thing every time we speak, because it's been wouldn't be the first person to have compared it to toys.
Some of us get used to the repetition, but I think it's a bridge too far. I'm not going to uphold the point of order, but your time is up, Councillor.
What I actually said, Your Worship, was that I
haven't upheld the point of order, so you
yes,
don't have to
I
speak
agree,
to it.
but I wanted to clarify that what
There's
I said
no need, Councillor.
was not that they were toys, but that I have a passion for rail.
Councillor, you won this one. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, as everyone probably knows, I mean, I was so excited thinking, and I've said to people on numerous occasions, I can't believe it, that under this, time of an emergency, that there's a possibility we might get commuter rail. I was so excited. And unlike Councillor Van der Vis, I'm absolutely delighted and I'm gutted by this, because I would love to see commuter rail, and personally I think it's something worth fighting for. Look, all around the world, where we have rail takes cars off the road. It's quick and easy. We've got the built-in system there with the railway station right in the centre of town that we can walk in. I think it's fantastic. And if we looked at there's always going to be challenges to anything in life. If you want something, you do have to put in a bit of a fight for it. If we all conceded, like Councillor Van der Vis has now, that it's never going to happen for anything in life, we'd never get anything. So while I appreciate that Councillor Van der Vis likes playing with trains in previous, when he was younger, I think we need to look at things with a more positive approach, because if we just said that for everything, we're not going to get anything. And I think in the long term, if we had a brilliant commuter rail system, it would be beneficial and save money in the long run, and certainly meet a lot of our carbon zero targets as well. Obviously right now, given the timeline, it looks like it's not going to happen. However, I'd love to see that motion amended to say something along the lines of, to leave it open, that that we can do something in the future, because it doesn't say anything there that we could maybe say, but when timing is suitable, we are open to review this. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. I need to move a procedural motion that we extend the duration of the meeting beyond 6 hours. It's becoming a habit. Seconded, Councillor Gary. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That's agreed. I will be reluctantly supporting this for many of the reasons that Councillor O'Malley has outlined. I think to a large degree this was a creature of opportunism, in that it was worth having a look at whether the timing and the availability of stock, which we do own, albeit through our holding company structure, was an opportunity to test the desire for a commuter rail service. But that sounds like it is a bridge too far, but I would hate to see the work stop that supports a wider investigation, and given that the indication from staff has been that there isn't adequate funding in the transport budget to support this work to happen in the next 12 months, I'd like to foreshadow a motion that we, should this fail, that we include a budget allocation in the next financial year to support the work to be done, looking at the wider network, looking at freight and looking at the Otago Southland region, potentially looking at things like intercity travel, which would obviously be a fantastic asset for that to return along the east coast of the South Island. At a strategic level, that probably makes more sense than progressing with this, as frustrating as it is to wait another year or so to look at what it might look like and what it might cost and what those investments would be required to make it work. Councillor Staines.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm a bit gutted too that this can't go ahead, but at the same time I think it was opportunist, and really it wasn't going to show us the true picture, because if I look at it, the thing that will make commuter rail between Mosgiel and Dunedin attractive is that the people of Mosgiel can access the train easily, which they can't, the problems of the access at the moment for parking. Plus, when they get off at Dunedin, they want to be able to get where they're going quickly and easily. So in a way, this links to our proposal to put in a loop bus service. And then on top of that, you probably need to look at, is there a loop bus service in Mosgiel that's required that matches this, any commuter rail, so that it makes it really easy for people to get out the gate, get on something, down to the station, can do their work on the train while they're going into town, get off and quickly get where they want to go without, if it's a nasty day, without having to walk through rainy, horrible weather. So I think probably the outcome will be better when we've had a wee bit more time and we can link this thing together so that it is an integrated transport plan, and that we wouldn't get under this. So I'm happy to second the Mayor's subsequent motion so that we do continue with the work.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to acknowledge colleagues' passion for the original motion, but it doesn't feel that it is logical to proceed with that, so I'll be supporting the motion before us, and I'll have no difficulty supporting a motion to put that money a little bit more into a wider, more holistic study to look at passenger and freight in Otago. That seems like a much more logical thing to do. I know that will cause disappointment, but also in that time frame we'll have a better idea too of the impact of any decisions made at the ORC today around buses and fares, and that's something we didn't expect in this time frame, and it will give us a better idea of that. So it's great to have the passion, and this is an evolving situation, so I will be supporting the motion before us.
Councillor Reddick.
Yes, I support the motion, and I'd like to commend Councillor O'Malley for his, facing the facts, but also uncovering the facts, with questioning of staff, and everybody's, laid the cards very clearly on the table that it's just not worth doing at this point. I think it might be a couple of, even 2 years before it's worthwhile running the study when we've got some other infrastructure in place. So I think well done.
Councillor Barker.
I support this motion, but I also support us looking at our integrated transport strategy, which is actually from 2013, 7 years old, and I think we need to take a more holistic view of the entire transport strategy. And can we put some budget in for it?
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. Yet again, this is, I guess, proof that great ideas are never as easy to execute as we'd all like. I certainly wasn't aware of the difficulties around the Mosgiel station, the park and ride, or the fact that it had to be done by mid-July. So I guess for me, there's too many unanswered questions around a number of key issues, land use, what will happen in terms of the inland port through the RLTP, etc., etc. For me to support the original recommendation, but I do support this motion and the subsequent motion perhaps to put the money to better use that gives us a more informed information around a more strategically integrated approach, as mentioned by Councillor Barker. Thank you.
Councillor Elder.
I support this motion here. I also think, I thank Jim for his passion and Carmen for the passion they have for rail. And certainly it's quite good fun catching a train. But it needs further, deeper and longer term sort of studies into this because, in fact, of the barriers. I'm also really interested in the impact of what the ORC may be announcing today of the $2 bus and how that changes how the people of Mosgiel travel, as well as the opening of the 2 tunnels for cycling and how that impacts, particularly with electric bikes, how that impacts the mode of travel for people from Mosgiel, Green Island and Fairfield. And I think those two things will impact how people travel from Mosgiel. So I believe we have to look at all the options, and I think those kind of things will be coming on stream and will give us a bigger picture. So, thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Bishop. I want to point out that my passion is actually for transport and city planning. And I perceive a role of rail in the greater integrated transport system. When we talk about getting people out of single-use vehicles, I know we've talked about autonomous cars might be the answer and all such things, but they're basically the same length. We can't really talk about active transport if the distances get too far. Electric bikes may make a difference to that, but it's going to make it difficult. There's still going to be other mechanisms we're going to have to use. I agree now that we can't do this, we're going to go back to where we were, which was moving this forward through the correct processes and the correct levels of public consultation. The ORC clearly has a role here, but I think we now don't need to ask. It's good to see they've come with the $2 buses, but we need to ask the hard question that we've been sort of dancing around for a long time, and that is, how integrated will the ORC be with their planning of public transport with our transport needs, or is it time for them to consider that maybe public transport should be handed back to us? And I think that, I know that His Worship has suggested in the RPTP that they ask that question, I think when you can submit it to them. And I actually, again, reiterate, I would like the ORC to ask in its consultation whether they should be dealing with the Dunedin public transport or whether, in fact, that should be handed back to the DCC. And I'd like us to ask that too as we go forward in further public consultation, so I've asked it in both directions. Rail does require a certain population density, not an absolute population, but a number of people per in an area to the distance to the rail, and there is one section in this city where that population density exists, and that's on this short rail line. I have never proposed yet that we go to Port Chalmers because the density doesn't exist up there. That is the density that was there when the rail stopped in the 1980s. But since the 1980s, we have had a significant population increase in the Fairfield and Mosgiel areas, all within a very close distance of this arterial. Rail is different than a bus because it doesn't stop at Green. Well, it does stop if there's another train coming, but essentially a passenger train to Dunedin should have the expectation of going non-stop. And that is very different from a bus in traffic. So to use buses as a model is missing one step because the user is not going to get the experience of an unhindered trip. However, it looks like that's probably where we're going to have to go. Park and ride, and the term was fanciful. Well, there is a very big old siding area in the Mosgiel train, which is obviously Kiwi Rail land, so I don't presume to own it or anything like that. However, that's exactly what the St Andrews Street car park is. And that is a massive car park in town. And the Mosgiel area, that's about the same size. The issue with it right now is that the traffic management plan will be terrible, so it again obviates that we cannot do this. But to say that it's fanciful is just simply speaking from a position of not even bothered to go out there and have a look. The idea that you can drive into town in 5 minutes from Mosgiel indicates that you must be a wicked speeder.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Manners.
I have been out there to have a look. I've not just had a look. I've parked there. I've walked all around it.
What's the point of order?
The point of order is that Councillor O'Malley just now said that I said that it was fanciful based on never having been out there to have a look. Patently, that's not the case. And it was not for him to know either.
I'll withdraw that Councillor Vandevers hadn't looked. Apparently Councillor Vandevers did look, saw around about a 2 hectare space of flat land and declared that could never be used for a park and ride. 30,000...
Are you going to uphold my point of order, Your Worship?
Oh, sorry, I withdrew anyway. So.
He withdrew the statement, so no need.
Yeah, nice withdrawal.
Well, I know. The objection was that you hadn't seen it. Apparently you did see it and still drew the conclusion that no one park a car there. 30,000 car movements a day now come through the southern motorway. Now that's again a testimony to density. And those numbers will now go into anything that's modelled for further forward. And 75% of those are targeted to go to the CBD. This is traffic counts that were done to support any modelling around the hospital rebuild. Those traffic movements put parking pressure on in town. And therefore, an obvious thing is if you can get a park and ride moving at a distant site, it will remove parking pressure from town. So again, that will come up presumably in the study. Councillor Vandervis said it's ridiculous that you would have free rolling stock. It's only thought you did. And I evidently was unaware of the fact that when we were doing the questioning session, in the questions time, it was pointed out that the free rolling stock would only exist now for this one trial, and then I pointed out in questions that it wouldn't exist from that point on. So I think we're all completely aware of the fact that you would not be running free rolling stock when it was an actual service. It was for the specific trial, which now we have decided we simply won't have time to run. And will the people of Mosgiel use it? Well, the train has run for events in the stadium. And when it has run for events in the stadium, it has been extremely well used. And it is extremely well received out in Mosgiel, and I've had a lot of anecdotal statements from people, and I acknowledge that is not a survey, that in fact they would love to use the train again if it was there. But now that we're pulling back from trying to rush this thing through, we will do the proper public consultation. We will not be guessing and then using our guesses to determine the outcome. We're now going to go in and do the process correctly. And I welcome the Mayor foreshadowing that he's going to basically request the funding for this study to be done, and then we'll get the right answers in the right appropriate amount of time. It's sad that we have to put this down, but I'm afraid this is going to have to be what it is. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor. Having spent 5 minutes on a bus this morning waiting to enter in oncoming traffic, I can attest to the stop-go nature of that network. I'll put the vote. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Any abstentions? That's agreed. Thank you. I'll move that we adjourn the meeting for 10 minutes. Seconded, Councillor Gary. All those in favour?
Aye. Aye.
Those against? That's agreed. Thank you. resume your respective places, that would be helpful.
And then there has to be an annual assessment of how you track.
With respect to the foreshadowed subsequential motion, following discussions with staff, it's probably helpful to have a little more information around the implications of any such motion, which can be done between now and tomorrow morning. So we'll revisit that first thing tomorrow morning. I don't know if starting the funding requests report is the wisest thing to do between now and 5 o'clock. What I'm proposing, though, is that we move on and do the LGFA report, and if there's time subsequent to that, dealing with fees and charges, and then adjourning and coming back at 9 o'clock tomorrow. No obvious discontent around that proposal. So, item 16. Thank you. Item 16. Page 149. Local Government Funding Agency Summary of Feedback and Next Steps is the name of the paper. It's on page what, Councillor?
149.
149, thank you.
Youthful eyes can spot it from here, even on your copy.
Welcome, Mr. Toombs. Any opening comments from you?
No, happy to take it as read.
Thank you. Questions, councillors?
Yes.
Councillor Gary. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Toombs, I wonder if you could tell us a response to this. Some of the submissions, and I have wondered this myself, since we talked about this initially, we've had the global pandemic, and it was suggested by some submitters there might be some additional risk now. I wonder if you could speak to that. If we were to join the LGFA, would there be risk to us that there wouldn't have been before?
No. Most of the comments that were made against joining LGFA were actually linking us joining LGFA to increased levels of debt. There was maybe a misunderstanding that this just gives us another borrowing option, not they're necessary. We don't need it to achieve our borrowing destination, for want of a better word. The impact on COVID. Some councils will borrow more because they're going to get less revenue. What LGFA have done is relax, I think it says it in the paper actually, they've relaxed one or two of their lending covenants for the short term, just to enable that, and then they're going to tighten the covenants up again.
So there's no additional risk to us if we join, but we've got an extra tool to use.
Sure.
Thank you.
One of the other concerns that, always gets raised when we discuss this, but certainly has come up in submissions, is the risk we are exposing ourselves to with regard to other members of the local government funding agency. Can you speak to how real that risk is, particularly in an environment where the other members will be borrowing more, most likely?
Sure. Rather than me speak about it, I guess a good story is that we're one of 2 or 3 councils that haven't joined so far, so every other council's had a look at it and said it's an acceptable level of risk for them and for us. It's important to realise that if one of the councils do default, for want of a better word, on their debt, it doesn't mean we have to put in, it means LGFA have to make good that loss, and they've got something like 160 million worth of borrowers' notes they can call on. They've got their own cash reserves they can call on. So it's not an immediate flow on to other councils should a council default on one of its debt liabilities.
That's helpful, thank you. Councillor Elder.
No, I don't think I had a question.
Excellent. Councillor Lord.
Dave, I understand that there's 2 options that you can join as a guarantor. You can join as a non-guarantor, but you pay a slight premium for your money. Is that correct?
What it is, to be a non-guarantor, you borrow less than 20 million.
Yeah.
So if you want to borrow more than 20 million, you've got to be a guarantor.
You've got to be a guarantor, okay. I know that former Councillor Hilary Calvert often said that there was, she felt very strongly that there was risks she felt there was no risk joining, and you've reiterated that, but I just can't understand quite how you can be a guarantor. I mean, I know people have lost their houses because they've guarantored other people and that sort of stuff, and I can't just see how you can be a guarantor and not be expected to share some cost if someone did go rampant. And I perhaps do have some concerns when you see that a city like Auckland, for example, has a huge debt and is a huge chunk of the borrowing. Is it that simple to just say there's no risk to us?
There's potential risk as to how likely it is of eventuating is where the question mark is. I think LGFA have been around 10 years now, and they've gone from 13 members to 67. There's not been a default yet, as far as I'm aware of.
Thank you. Councillor Raddick.
Yes, I just heard you correctly that they've got 160 million of notes to call on, yet our group debt is nearly $1 billion. And so if any council of similar size, the top 10, say, in New Zealand, would be, everyone would have to pitch in. That could be quite substantial.
Yeah, well, what it is say Hamilton, for example, has got 480 million worth of debt with LGFA.
Is that all?
Yeah. That's public information, I should say. Now, if they do, that does not mature on day one. So they're going to be like us. They're going to have lots of different buckets of debt that crystallise at different times. So no council, well, someone like Hamilton, just as an example, they're not going to have more than, say, 30 or 40 million needing to be rolled over at any time.
It's also just worth reminding you, Councillor Raddick, that we're not planning to transfer all of our debt to LGFA. This adds LGFA to our list of habitual lenders, so that we can go when the rates are better through LGFA. So if the terms that LGFA offer us are better, we'll go there. If the terms that our other lenders offer us are better, we'll go there. So it just adds a string to our bow, if you like.
But do any other of our lenders, when we borrow from any other lender, do we incur any liability for any other parties who have also borrowed from them?
No, LGFA is a different funding proposition, which is why it's coming here. If it was just a matter of adding another agency we could go to, then we can just do that. We've done that in the past, and we would just do that. But it's the guaranteeing issue that is why it's here today. That said, councils have power of general competence and the power to rate. So councils can rate to get themselves out of financial difficulty, and I'm not aware of a council that's ever gone bankrupt in New Zealand because you have the power to rate in order to meet the requirements to pay your debt and to pay your obligations and liabilities. So it's not the same as guaranteeing a commercial company, for example.
Yes. What happened with Mangawhai?
Well, there were issues there around what they did, but that council did not go broke. That council met their obligations and paid their bills and...
Councillor Vandervis.
Thank you very much. I note that you first said that there was no risk, and then you said there was potential risk, and then you said that it's very unlikely. And I can accept that it's very unlikely. But however, Councillor Lord has brought up Auckland, and if Auckland was to default, quite frankly, I think that being a guarantor for them, not something that I would like to be part of. The power of general competence has been mentioned by the Chief Executive as...
Sorry, whistling questions, Councillor.
Yes.
Okay, just checking.
Thank you. The power of general competence has been mentioned by the Chief Executive as a reason why councils essentially really can't go broke. Do you accept that this is the case and would be the case for a council as massive and as indebted as Auckland? I mean, councils in the past have been put into some kind of commissioner-run situation.
But that doesn't trigger other councils having to pay off their debt. So I'm not saying no councils will get commissioners. I can pretty much guarantee they will. But have other councils had to step in and pay their debt? No.
Not in the past. What it comes to really is the question of, in a post-COVID situation where we really can't guarantee anymore the high level of rates payment that we've had in the past. We can't guarantee anymore the high levels of fees that we've been charging, for instance, at the landfill. Are the risks that much greater now, in your opinion, because of COVID than they were prior to COVID?
I think most councils are going to be like us. They've got short-term financial hiccups, one of the better words, they've got to reach. Now, whether that's going to equate through to long-term ongoing solvency issues, I very much doubt.
So your estimation is that most of the issues will be short-term, and you doubt that there will be long-term issues as a result of COVID?
Long-term solvency-related issues, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Your Bishop, just getting, I think this is the crux of the whole issue that everybody's asking, so I just want to get my head around it in terms of the guarantee component of it. Is it your membership that exposes you to the guarantee, or taking money from the
membership?
And oh, that's good, that's all I needed for that part of it, because then the second part of the question is, if we join, we'll be the 65th member, I take it? Something like
There's different levels of membership. I think depending on which article you read, LGFA's, their April or May announcement was that there are 66 current members.
So let's just say a $660 million debt rolled over. Does that then get apportioned across all the guarantors by that membership unit? So
by rating database, we'd be 4%.
4% exposure. So we'd be risking, basically, what we're risking is that exposure and the chances of it happening, and then we're comparing that against if we ever went, well, actually by joining, we've already given ourselves the exposure.
Yeah, but it doesn't, but if there is an exposure, it doesn't immediately flow through the member council, it flows through the LGFA. LGFA have then got various mechanisms to come up with the money.
Yeah, so we have...
The last resort is...
So it's exposure times the probability, and is your likely, so...
Exposure is, though, not immediately an outcome of a council default. LGFA have got 160...
A series of events have to occur before you would become fully exposed, which I'm calling probability. And that in itself is quite low, because the council has to get into a state of default, and then LGFA has to be unable to even meet it before the default would move it through to the members. Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Can I just clarify, I mean, this might have been covered, is why have we decided to do this now? Why haven't we done it sooner?
There was a recent change in the structure of LGFA where they enabled group companies to participate in the scheme. Up until now, it's just been councils, and we run all of our debt through the Treasury company. So we've never seen when they've been able to join. If we'd have joined, we'd have had to break all of our finance policies and become a direct borrower from LGFA as opposed to borrowing our money via DCTL.
Oh, I see. So if one of our council-owned companies got into quite, bad financial trouble, would that mean that the other members carry that, might have to carry that debt?
Yeah. Some of the debt, because we're the first group to be of this structure.
Oh, right.
Some of that's still being worked out in the licensing arrangement between LGFA and us.
Right. But we as a council would have to default on our debt before the other councils would have to help bail us out.
Right.
So not just one of our companies, that's us, but our whole debt, so we don't separate out council debt from the companies because the companies are worth a lot of money, and about 40% of that is debt, or between 40 and 50% of that is held as debt. So the sheer amount of the debt means we get pretty good rates on our borrowing, and so we have those combined together, and so.
Thank you. So in actual fact, we could be seen by other councils to be perhaps more of a risk to them, I suppose, because if we had some companies that went, had problems, they could be slightly liable. So I suppose the risk is spread either way, really, isn't it? That's what I'm getting at. Thank you.
Just a question from me, Mr. Toombs. Earlier, the spectre was raised of our credit rating with Standard & Poor's. How would you characterise the attitude of Standard & Poor's as an assessor towards membership of the LGFA?
When we met with Standard & Poor's last November, one of their comments were we got a tick because our intention was to join LGFA. It's favourably looked upon by S&P as a benefit in their credit ratings. So they see it very much as a positive and not a negative.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Toombs. Two-pronged question. I think you mentioned 67 councils have signed up to the scheme. Are any of those who haven't signed up to this any of the larger councils?
No.
Good. That gives me a lot of confidence. And leads into my second question. Would you think, or your best guess, would you assume that if in the unlikely case there was to be a default, it's far more likely to be a smaller council? And I guess I ask that in the context of somewhere like Auckland that is in the enviable position of a large raider base and has the ability to not get into that situation in the first place.
I guess the two go hand in glove. The smaller councils would have a smaller exposure. So,
But I think it's probably also worth noting that if Auckland were to default and be unable to pay their debt, then probably our 4% exposure would be the least of our worries.
Yeah, hence the question.
I mean, it would require something so monumental that I would imagine the entire country would be shaken to its core.
if I might just follow on from that, so 66, give or take, councils are joined. Only 10 have got debt of more than, say, 150 million. A vast majority, by number, the vast majority, their debts are, the average of the 57 smaller debts is 57 million each. So a lot of them have got small debts of, say, between 15 and 80 mil. So not every council has got in debt of hundreds of millions by any stretch.
Sure. You've answered my main question. Thank you.
Councillor Reddick.
Yes, a couple of questions. What's our potential basis point advantage with being an LG?
The percentage point it's not that significantly different to what we currently get. Where the benefits are just as more in longer term debt and bigger chunks of borrowing.
And does LGFA enjoy a wider range of funding sources? Or do they get their money from the same sources that we get our money now?
I'd have to get back to you on that one.
You don't know, yep. And in terms of debt, you mentioned the various other councils and the amounts of debt they've got. Where do we rank in New Zealand in terms of total ag group debt versus other councils?
Because we borrow through the Treasury company, it's a little to 5% of that is debt. Many other companies, most of the other councils don't actually do that through a centralised Treasury, which means you can't compare apples with apples. It's council debt alone. If you go on to the Taxpayers Union, they'll give you a bit of a ranking for those, but again, they don't compare apples with apples. It's very hard to get data that you can usefully compare.
Thank you.
Councillor Elder.
Just referring to what the Chief said, if there was a major meltdown and Auckland couldn't pay its debt, would you consider that the government might come to the party when considering a big thing like that?
I would assume that. I would think that would be a fair assumption to make, that we would not, the rest of the councils in the country wouldn't be being left to pick up that debt from Auckland. I think that's a comfortable assumption.
So we could say that behind it all there is a government that could be a guarantor, in a sense.
This is all supposition.
Yes,
it's all supposition.
And the other question I had was, with all our other borrowings, like with different through the Treasury, are they without risks? Like you know, from, I mean, we're looking at this and saying there could be risks, but yet we borrow privately, and those places that we borrow from could have risks as well. Would they be similar?
The existing debt is just our normal business debt. You take out a term debt on a fixed interest or floating interest rate. There's no cross guarantees from other parties involved in our existing debt.
Okay.
Councillor Hall.
The Chief was just saying we've got $1.5 billion worth of assets. What other councils in the country have got assets way ahead of the borrowings?
Oh, there are a few. So there are a number of councils that own airports and that own water companies. And the thing where it becomes incredibly difficult in terms of originally the Taxpayers Union collected just council debt and then was lobbied to say that they should include company debt. So then they included company debt, and then they lobbied to say you should just include council debt. Some council companies include what are effectively core services. So if you put parks and like I think Tauranga puts parks and rec services into a council-controlled organisation, which means that if you just compare staffing numbers, they look artificially low at Tauranga Council because a big chunk of their staff are in that CCO. And similarly, debt can be moved around and apportioned in that same way. So it becomes very difficult. But quite a number of councils, there are a number that own businesses that own profit generating, but we're certainly up there amongst the bigger of them. If we sold all of our companies, we'd be one of the wealthier councils.
We were that in 1989, we were the wealthiest council there was. The only thing I'm nervous about with guarantees, is there any clause in there to say that the debt has to be spread among the 66 other members? Because when I give personal guarantees and stuff, the understanding is if the bank or anything closes, they go for the people with the most asset. Is there any way of making sure they go equally across the board?
It is a standard. There is a standard percentage apportionment, and ours is 4%. So that's it. That's the limit.
Councillor Lord.
Yeah, so Dave, so the real advantage for us, you've already said, but it's the long-term borrowing. So at the moment, if we go out to a bank, we can get sort of up to 5 years, and then we buy a hedge, which comes at a premium if we want to fund out longer than that. So to work within the statement of intent that the Treasury company has, that basically says no more than 20% of the debt in 1 year and must always have stuff beyond 5 years, this is where this would come into its own. It would give us the ability to borrow out 7 to 12 year periods and flatten not the hump of debt, but flatten keep that a nice, well, whatever you call it, even keel, profile. That means something else.
It gives us another option to use should we choose, should it be in our best interest to. Yeah, and it could be because it's longer term, it could be because we can get a bigger parcel of that. And it may or may not be cheaper depending on the market rates at the time.
Yeah. Thank you.
So we're not doing this because we have to find another funding source. It's just add it in, and if it's good, we'll use it.
Councillor Reddick.
I'm not hearing a good pitch for this cost-benefit analysis. Like, you take on a whole lot more potential liability, yet I'm not hearing much in the way of advantage for the risk and the guarantee that we have to provide.
Okay, I might answer that. In terms of the risk, so for argument's sake, every council is part of this at the moment, apart from us and 3 others. So every other council's got this potential risk. Audit NZ, when they audit these council accounts, don't need or ask for or require any sort of provision or guarantee or reference to this in the annual financial statements. But they're comfortable that the level of actual risk doesn't warrant disclosure in the financial statements.
And again, I think I'm referring you back to the Standard & Poor's position where they see that this increases our financial stability, if you like. It increases their faith in us by belonging. That's where a lot of this assessment of risk takes part, risk, cost, benefit.
Do they actually say they'll move us up a grade? You know,
They wouldn't move us up a grade because of this, but if we were looking at moving, they've recently, last year, they changed the mechanism by which they assess their grade. So internationally, increased weighting for some factors and decreased weighting for other factors. And there was a possibility that, that might make a change for every organisation that's rated. Membership of LGFA gave us points in our favour and said if we did this, there would be points in our favour for doing so. So that's all I can tell you. Whether it's enough to change a grade, that would be unlikely because there's no council in New Zealand graded higher than we are.
Councillor Lawfisel.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just indicating a willingness to move.
Thank you.
I'll just...
Got a wave of seconders. Seconded, Councillor Allen, thank you. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor?
I'd just like to record my thanks to the staff again, I think the issues are well canvassed in the report, and I would just say that, we passed the motion on the basis of annual plan consultation, and the people, the submitters in favour of this proposal are almost 3 times those people against. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Elder.
I too support this. Travelled way away from a mic. Support this partly because, in fact, the Standard & Poor's look at it favourably. The other part is that for longer term debt, we could get more favourable interest rates. So those are all good for us. And I support Marie's statement that, in fact, the whole community tends to be in the majority of the community tend to be in agreement with this, which means that they have some security or feel some security for us entering this arrangement. So, yeah, I'm totally for it.
Councillor Walker.
Yep, thank you. Just want to echo what Councillor Lafiso said, and nobody really alluded to it in the questions. This did go out, as we know, to the public, and again, came back overwhelmingly in favour, 72%, I think. And as Mr. Toombs has alluded to, this is not something we will definitely use. It's just another tool in the box if it's deemed the best option at any given time. And I think many entities or schemes looking to borrow throughout the world would look enviously at a scheme like this backed by such secure entities as councils, so I fully support it. Thank you.
Your right of reply, Councillor. I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? No. Would you like to record your vote against?
Thank you. Yes.
And you, Councillor Gunn?
Oh, no, I'm a yes. Oh, yes. I was just pointing out I had a no to it.
Thank you. That's agreed. Thank you. Item 15, going backwards to come forwards, adoption of fees and charges for 20/21. Sorry, I don't have page numbers immediately handy. Happy to take the paper as read, Mr. Logie.
Yeah, probably just to reiterate a couple of things. So the fees and charges are fundamentally unchanged from the meeting from January. The only thing we have done is that because of changes in the tenancy rules, we have to do something different with our housing tenants. So unfortunately what's happened in the paper is that we've shown the 0 increase, which will apply till the 31st of December, and then the staff are recommending an increase from the 1st of January. So that allows us to fulfil the requirement for no increase in the next 6 months.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Vanders.
You've pointed out that we have had to recognise the COVID effects with the rental issue, not being able to raise rents for 6 months. In what other areas have we recognised the COVID effects regarding
it's not so much a recognition as it is a legislative requirement. It's a subtle difference.
I understand that it is a legislative requirement, which is why we have to do it for 6 months. the government has recognised that there is an issue with raising rents for the next 6 months. Have we recognised, post-COVID, the problem with raising fees for the next year, for especially some people?
We're presenting the fees and charges as they were in the draft budgets, but any changes to those are for council to consider as part of this process.
So these are pre-COVID increases which have been agreed to, and we're simply ticking them off now post-COVID.
Absolutely not, councillor. We are determining whether they are appropriate. The fees and charges we set are political decisions, and if you wish to move amendments, you're welcome to.
Thank you.
Further questions? Councillor Gary?
Yes, Mr. Logie, I just wonder if you could let me know, page 128, if you're still comfortable with that quite high increase for boundary activity notice deposit and approving certification of fees for the survey plans. And I just, in context, say that I note a lot of the fees and charges haven't been increased or have been increased by a small amount, but those do stand out.
So they are deposits, so effectively then that comes off the total fee, is my understanding, is how that mechanism works, such as the initial amount of money.
So a proportion, the proportion's higher. Was that because the charges tended to be, you weren't giving back so much, or because there's always a refund if if it's overcharged or whatever in the balance?
Nicola has a handle on this level of detail, so I'll ask her.
And I do apologise, I wasn't here present for the January meeting, so I normally would have asked those then, and I do apologise.
And again, I would say a determination on the appropriateness of any of these fees and charges is for council to decide.
Sure. I just need to have comfort in it.
So the higher fees are are to reflect the median processing costs. So when we first set the charges, we weren't aware of what the actual median cost would be. So now we've got some data, we're aware, and they also have to include. They're also seeking to recover 3 waters and transport internal costs.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Vincent-Pope has indicated a willingness to move the...
Indeed, I'll so do. We adopt the
Councillor
attached schedule of fees and charges for 2021.
Seconded Councillor Walker. Would you like to speak to it?
No.
Further speakers? Councillor Vanderbilt.
As I argued pre-COVID, I don't think it's appropriate for us to have a cost-plus culture with respect to fees and charges. The idea that we can just keep increasing not just rates, but fees and charges, rents and everything else, well in excess of inflation, is a unbusinesslike and unsustainable practice which is getting us into some, I believe, quite ridiculous situations. The situation where you can take a 2-tonne trailer load of rubbish to the landfill and be charged $400 for leaving it there is an indication of just how far these compounding increases in fees and charges get us in a lot of areas, and how, because they are spread over so many different facets of the city's life, and because there is no real mechanism for any pushback on these vast increases, apart from perhaps in some cases private enterprise. And in the case of the landfill, private enterprise has responded to the tune that it cost us $3.5 million at the last budget round in terms of less profit from the landfill, because private enterprises said, we're just not doing this anymore, and they've set up their own landfills, and they're going there now. Pricing ourselves out of these markets by simply having a cost-plus culture of doubling inflation or whatever it is, or in the case of staff costs, quadrupling inflation every year, is not a sustainable way to run a business, and I don't believe it's a sustainable way to run this council either. If we could undertake simply to have inflation as a general across-the-board increase, that's something that I could live with. I could even live with the idea that we would use the government index, which shows city councils being a bit more expensive to run than the rest of the other businesses in the country, which is a little bit in excess of inflation. I could perhaps live with that as well. But across the board, lazy, let's just add 3% because we can.
Councillor,
I don't believe
Councillor, I think characterising the work of our staff or elected members as lazy is entirely inappropriate. I also take issue, and I wasn't going to interrupt you, with the assertion made earlier that there's no mechanism to push back against fees and charges when they are subject to a public process and then subject to political decision making. So that's also untrue, but I would ask you to apologise and withdraw for your characterisation of the work being done by our staff as lazy.
Sorry, that wasn't a motive term and I apologise for it. Perhaps what I should have said in the 3% across the board increase, rather than describing it as lazy, I should have described it as very easy to do. The issue really, though, is that it's always in excess of any real-world increase in costs, and it gets us into situations where the ratepayers and the users of these fees and services find themselves just wanting to go elsewhere, whether it's dog charges, whether it's the tip fees, whether it's whatever. I've heard of people that have registered their dogs in other territorial authorities simply because they can't bear paying the high costs of the fees and charges here. For these reasons, I will simply vote against not being able to effectively, as an elected representative, do anything about what year in, year out has been essentially an across-the-board above inflation increase. Thank you.
Well, again, that's fundamentally untrue, Councillor. You had the opportunity through the setting of the draft budget and now at the setting of the final budget to move amendments to the schedule of fees and charges if you would like. Do you wish to foreshadow a desire to do that?
No, I do not, Your
thank
Worship.
you.
And the
Reddick.
reason I don't...
No, you've spoken, Councillor. Councillor Reddick.
You have spoken as well, and you've put words in my mouth which are not true, Your Worship.
Point of order, Your Worship.
Point of order, Councillor Gary.
The councillor's been disrespectful in arguing with the chair.
I'm not going to uphold the point of order, but I would remind the councillor that his opportunity to speak has passed. Thank you. Councillor Reddick.
Your Worship, just before we proceed, I've got a correction that Ms Graham has just brought me to the schedule. It might be helpful if people knew now rather than later.
Yeah, that's fine.
Mr Bainbridge has just drawn our collective attention to correction on page 135 in community housing. The schedule shows no change. In fact, there's been a 3% increase from 1 January for community housing. Have I got that right, Ms Graham? So the column, the 2021 column, is a mirror of the column to the left. That's not correct. There's a 3% change.
Thank you.
Increase.
And your seconder is comfortable with
Absolutely.
that? Thank you. Councillor Reddick.
It's all those fees for housing.
So effectively there'll be 2 fees approved for next year. One will be, sorry if I don't speak, but it'll be obviously the current price till the 31st of December and then from the 1st of January.
So I think just as on the one hand, we need to be consistently working on our maintenance and renewals plans with our infrastructure and all other facets of the activity we undertake. Similarly, in line with inflation, we need to be increasing our fees and charges. And so just as rates will typically go up, 3% thereabouts each year. Similarly, the fees and charges need to go up. I mean, it's simply a sad fact of life. And in fact, the Reserve Bank legislates each year to have some inflation in our community because things go up each year. So I support this. And, I think it's an important part of what we do, and I think we are paying now the catch-up for some of the lack of maintenance that has taken place in certain elements of infrastructure, where the costs of that were deferred or not levied or not spent in particular years. And it's exactly the same true with fees and charges and rates, because inevitably a big jump then accrues, and it's far more painful than a little bit each year. So I see it as a fact of life, and it's how the world works. So I support these fees.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Your Worship. No one likes paying fees and charges, but Councillor Raddick is correct. We all have costs. Now, a comparison was made previously about business, and that this was not business-like, if I heard that correctly. Pull me up if I've heard that incorrectly, but that's the way I heard it. And if that's the case, I dispute that, because a business that does not increase their fees if they have extra expenses is not going to last long. It's being a pointed business owner, a normal business thing to actually increase costs if your costs increase. So I completely dispute that. And I think the council's being prudent in what it's doing and needs to increase fees where its costs increase.
Thank you. Councillor Lord.
Yeah, look, I'd just like to ask a question, actually, if that's okay. It's on page 146 in the charges. I see the landfill charges, some of them have dropped.
Councillor, we are in debate.
Yeah, well, just when I look at this then, if that's the case, I can support this, but I see some things have dropped. There's 40% drops, 94%, 90%, if I'm reading it correctly, on certain issues. So, and there's many, many things that the percentage of change is zero. So it's far from just putting everything up right across the board.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Your Worship. I wanted to start by thanking the staff for their attention to detail and care in looking at all aspects of fees and charges. And to say that it's an across-the-board 3% rise is just factually incorrect. When I look through them and I read it with care, I note there are a large number that have no increases at all, and others have a small increase and some have a larger increase. So it varies considerably. And I will be supporting this motion. It's a very prudent and carefully thought out, and I would like to acknowledge the considerable work of staff and the care taken by our staff who do this as public servants, mindful of the ratepayers.
Councillor Benson-Hyde.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just briefly, we know that there are multiple mechanisms in the setting of these charges. We know that some of them are simply cost recovery. We know that some are a bit less than cost recovery for various statutory and regulatory reasons. We know that some of them have substantial public good component and therefore are appropriately subsidised by the Commons. And we also know, of course, that we have the opportunity on a regular basis, and have already done so once in this triennium, I think, to examine and modify the components in respect of public good. So they're not arbitrary, they're not just a mechanical change. And I have to say that the example of the green waste is a mischievous one, because the councillor knows that if he'd read, we have, as we all have read in the reports, there is a proposal finally to install the second weighbridge at Green Island, so we don't have the problem of having to charge by site rather than weight. And in fact, we can all recall, many of us can recall...
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Vandervis.
The example I gave was of a trailer that was measured by weight. The councillor has got that example trying to negate what I said completely wrong.
Well,
well, the current charging regime, Mr Chairman, is by trailer load, and we know that the second weighbridge will enable us, as Council requested some time ago when it provided funding for the second weighbridge that never eventuated, we'll be able to charge by weight in future. So the example was, I believe, a mischievous one. I think this is entirely sensible.
Point of order. The trailer was
Councillor.
measured by weight. The councillor persists in telling an untruth regarding the example that I gave.
The explanation being that the current system, you can speak to the point of order if you like.
Well, I'd like to, because my understanding is, I'll happily withdraw if this proves to be not the case, but my understanding is that the cost for waste of that kind is measured by load, not by weight, because the vehicles are not weighed in and out. And if that's not the case, then I'll happily defer.
In which case, I'd say, Councillor, in which case it would be useful to get confirmation of that from the relevant General Manager if that were available. In which case I can't uphold the point of order.
Thank you. And I look forward...
Sorry? My trailer was weighed in and weighed out, and Councillor Benson Pope has got it absolutely wrong.
Finished?
And so I think suggesting that this is a mechanical exercise, that is just a cost plus exercise, is in ignorance of the facts because of the extensive examination that...
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Vanivers.
Councillor Benson Pope continues to claim that I am in ignorance of the facts when I've been there, I've paid, I've had the receipt, and I've been across the weighbridge. I am not the one who's in ignorance of the facts. Councillor Benson Pope is the one in ignorance of the facts.
Unfortunately, Councillor Benson Pope's comments had moved on and was making general remarks about assertions that have been made about the mechanical nature of the scaling up of fees and charges.
His general remarks are assuming or implying that I am ignorant of the facts are offensive and untrue.
It's probably a less than helpful characterisation of the councillor's argument. So I would ask you to withdraw your remarks about the councillor's ignorance.
I'm sorry, I wasn't intending to suggest that the councillor was ignorant, and I apologise.
Thank you.
However, I would add that there is a varied and multiple approach to how these charges are set, and a simplistic characterisation of a cost-plus regime is not appropriate.
Thank you. I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against?
No. Recorded, please.
Councillor Vanivers recording his vote against. That is agreed. It's 4:28, at which point I think it's probably most useful to adjourn the meeting at this point until 10 o'clock tomorrow. Is that staff would prefer to meet at 9?
Staff would prefer
9 a.m. tomorrow.
Okay. Oh, really?
You won't be able to come in on the train then.
The recipient of our largesse.
Second.
Seconded, Councillor Lofiso. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? That's agreed. Thank you everyone for your efforts today. We'll see you in the morning.